Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining again for the third day of our Unicaf Masters Conference. Today we will have presentations from the School of Sciences, Health Sciences, Technology and Engineering. As every day, could you please share with us today in the Q&A section the countries that you are connected from? We'd love to see the diverse background that Unicaf reaches every day. Ireland, okay. Uganda, Tanzania. That's great. Many countries. South Africa. South Sudan. Namibia, Malawi. Thank you for joining. Uganda, many participants from Uganda, Kenya. We will wait for a few minutes so that everybody can be connected to start. We'll wait for a few minutes so that everybody can start and be connected. And in the meantime, so that you know that all attendees can communicate with us via the Q&A section, the button that you see under your screen. And I think we're ready to start today's sessions. We will have with us Dr. Iota Apostolou-Christou. Dr. Christou is the Associate Dean of School of Sciences, Health Sciences, Technology and Engineering at Unicaf Federal. Dr. Christou, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the School of Science, Health Sciences, Technology and Engineering sessions at the Unicaf Master Conference. It is a pleasure to open this event and to welcome each of you, faculty, colleagues, distinguished guests, and most importantly, our student researchers who are the heart of this gathering. Even though we are meeting virtually, this conference brings us together in a beneficial and constructive manner by uniting minds from across countries and disciplines under one shared purpose: to explore how science, innovation, and collaboration can help shape a better future. This year, the School of Science sessions are organized into three main themes: technology, artificial intelligence, and data science is the first session. Governance, policy, and infrastructure is the second session, and health and medicine, the third session. Each of these areas represents a vital pillar of our school's academic mission, and together they remind us that the challenges we face today demand not only scientific expertise, but also creativity, empathy, and collaboration to envision new possibilities and achievable approaches. We are privileged to have three outstanding experts chairing these sessions. Mr. Benjamin Juma Ngwane, who will be chairing the session on technology, AI, and data science. Dr. Stefania Irodotu, who will lead the governance, policy, and infrastructure session. And Dr. John Balidava, who will lead the session on health and medicine. To each of you, thank you for your leadership and dedication in mentoring and supporting our students through their research journeys. Today, however, the spotlight shines on our students, the emerging scholars and professionals who will be presenting their research. These presentations are not merely academic exercises. They are reflections of months or even years of learning, inquiry, and perseverance. They demonstrate how our students are applying their knowledge to real-world issues, from the ways we leverage scientific data and technology to how we build effective governance systems and how we advance healthcare and well-being. We are also delighted to have two distinguished plenary speakers whose work connects closely to the themes our students are exploring. Firstly, Dr. Reginald Dennis Guisai will present on accelerating the transition to net zero alignment, energy and carbon management, standards development, and circularity in developing economies. Dr. Guisai's insights remind us that scientific innovation must also be guided by sustainability and global responsibility. And secondly, Dr. Ioanna Koliandri will deliver her talk on perinatal mental health, a public health approach. Her presentation highlights the importance of mental health as a cornerstone of human well-being and development. As we move through today's sessions, I encourage everyone to engage fully, to ask questions, to offer constructive feedback, and to celebrate each student's contribution. In this online environment, our engagement and encouragement mean even more. Let's use this opportunity to connect, inspire, and learn from one another. On behalf of the School of Sciences, I extend my gratitude to all presenters, chairs, and attendees for making this conference possible. Let us begin these sessions with enthusiasm, curiosity, and a shared commitment to advancing knowledge that truly makes a difference. Thank you, and I wish you all an inspiring day of presentations.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christou. I think we can start now with the first session of the day, session number 7. And this session will be chaired by Mr. Benjamin Juma Ngwane, who is a program leader at the School of Sciences, Health Sciences, Technology and Engineering. Mr. Ngwane, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So welcome to the first session of today. We'd like to just extend a welcome to everyone. Just as a note, please make sure that you write your questionnaire in the Q&A. If you have any questions, we'll get to them after the presentations. So we're starting off with Morris Kitonga. Can you actually check if you have your presentation ready?
I have my presentation ready.
Okay, so if you can just share it, and then I'll just give you the instructions before we start.
Okay. How do I go about it? Sharing.
Sorry?
How do I go about sharing?
You can share. Would you like me to share the presentation for you then?
I
You have it, okay.
think it's shared. Yeah.
You can just put
Do
it
I
on
start?
full screen. Just put it on full screen.
Full screen. Mm.
So you should try on the slideshow and just go at the top where it's slideshow. Are you managing?
I'm not able to share
So
on full
try
screen.
go up there where it says slideshow, and then you should be able to get the menu.
Slideshow.
The menu, yeah.
The menu.
Yes, press from beginning. The first tab. Yes.
Okay. It's there.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is my presentation.
So just before we start, so just as instructions, so you have about 15 minutes presentation. After that, there's a Q&A, which will be about 5 minutes. So you can just start right now. So welcome to the session, and you may start.
Okay. Thank you. My project was about sentiment analysis of Netflix company using the YouTube API and the Python-based NLP automation. And my professor was Dr. Mahamoud Albata. How do I move to the next slide?
Just press on either right or space bar.
Introduction. Streaming services like Netflix have taken over the
Sorry,
internet.
we're not seeing your slides. We're
You're not
not
seeing
seeing
my
your
slides.
slides. No. Maybe you can just exit back to where you were, and then just we'll go through the slide.
Okay. Mhm. Can you see the slides now?
Yes, so just walk through the slides. It's fine now. Yeah.
Okay. Streaming services like Netflix have taken over the internet, changing how people uh, watch the how people watch. There's a portion here. Watch the content. Sentiment analysis uses AI or artificial intelligence to classify opinions in text as positive, negative, or neutral. Now, this study focuses on the YouTube comments about Netflix to understand public views on services provided by the company. My study builds on past research, but targets YouTube unlike studies on Twitter. The problem statement: social media produces big unstructured data with mixed emotions, which are hard to analyze manually. Traditional methods like surveys are time consuming and biased, unlike modern methods which process data in real time YouTube offers accessible data, but efficient tools are needed for large-scale analysis. However, inaccurate analysis hinders companies from using feedback for decisions. The significance and the research question helps Netflix improve the content, pricing, and marketing based on the viewer feedback. The other one is provides insights into brand perception and customer satisfaction. And the research question is, how can Python-based natural language processing automation analyze YouTube comments to measure public perception of Netflix? The aims and objectives: to implement the YouTube API or the application programming interface, and the Python NLP, the natural language processing, for automated sentiment analysis. Visualize trends in positive, negative, and neutral comments for improvement opportunities. Excuse me. Capture user feelings, preferences, tastes, and emotions about Netflix to identify satisfaction factors. Monitor past trends to predict future issues. Help Netflix address concerns to boost satisfaction. Methodology, the research design. I used quantitative sentiment analysis with qualitative thematic review. I applied Python, NLP techniques, and Veda lexicon, or the valence-aware dictionary and sentiment reasoner, which is a lexicon and rule-based sentiment analysis tool for social media texts for scoring the comments. So I use the Veda lexicon for scoring the comments. Combine statistics for overall opinion with themes for brief insights. Methodology, data collection. Fetched comments via YouTube API using Python scripts for efficiency. Selected search terms related to Netflix videos. Stored data in a text file after cleaning irrelevant parts. Ensure data representativeness through manual checks. That was the data collection process. Methodology, data analysis. Pre-processed comments, remove the URLs, stop words, and lemmatized the terms. Used Veda lexicon to classify as positive, negative, or neutral based on the scores. Then I analyzed with the Python libraries like pandas and matplotlib for statistics and the visuals, and generated bar graphs and pie charts automatically using the pandas and the matplotlibs. The results, presentation, bar graph, and the pie chart. The analyzed comments, the ones that were positive were 2338 number, 1630 that were negative, and the neutral ones were 1448. The positive sentiment dominated at 43.2%, the negative was at 30.1%, and the neutral at 26.7%. The bar graph showed the highest count as positive. The pie chart indicated percentages for precise distribution. The results, the presentation, the bar graph, and the pie charts. The first diagram is sentiment analysis of comments. We have the comment count, that is the polarity. And then you have the positive one at 2338 in terms of polarity. The next one is negative sentiment at 1630. And the neutral comment was at 1448. Then we have the pie chart indicating the positive sentiments at 43.2%. The negative sentiments are at 30.1%, and the neutral sentiments are 26.7%. 26.7%. The results, interpretation and discussion. Positive views suggest high demand for content and interface. Negative comments indicate issues like pricing or restrictions. Neutral reflects mixed or indifferent opinions. The study topic correlates with the literature on using sentiment for marketing. Excuse me. Conclusion, summary of findings. The study mainly showed positive sentiment towards Netflix on YouTube. It revealed areas for improvement from negative feedback, demonstrated effectiveness of Python NLP, natural language processing, and the Veda lexicon for analysis, and it contributes to understanding entertainment industry trends. Conclusion, what are the implications and the recommendations? Netflix can enhance content and engagement using insights, recommend advanced deep learning for better sarcasm detection, suggest expanding to other platforms like Twitter, prioritize ethical data use and privacy. Those are the implications and the recommendations. That is the reference list. So I'm done.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. And maybe if we have any questions, please share them in the Q&A section. So for me, I have just a few questions. Maybe if you could expand on some of the work that you did. So I would like to ask you in terms of you mentioned you were using the Python-based natural language processing tools for the sentiment analysis. So how do you feel in your basically how confident do you feel that you were able to capture um the full nature of the user's sentiment based on considering like maybe sarcasm in the comments or informal language? How are you able to capture that?
I was able to capture on the sarcasm with the Veda lexicon, and I don't know how to go back to my slides.
You should be able to just go back, yeah. Just
Now, in as far as sarcasm was concerned, the Veda lexicon detected the positive, the negative, and the neutrals. The positive ones being the ones that were indicating that the process or the comments were positively biased. Negative ones were the ones that are indicating that it was negatively biased. And the neutral ones were the ones that were indicating that the person was either unsatisfied or had a mixed reaction. So I don't know whether I've answered your question.
yes, that's fine. I think there's one question that I have also about in terms of how practically you'll be able to use your findings for real world applications. So in terms of the sentiment analysis, like what type of recommendations would you give to maybe Netflix product marketing on how they could improve engagement based upon the comments that you were looking at and how you were able to use this with the NLP?
NLP. The recommendations, the recommendations would be like there's a I would say it's a weakness because the NLP was working on YouTube. At first, I had tried using Twitter, but the NLP was not working on Twitter. So I changed over to YouTube, and I was able to work with the NLP on YouTube. Now, the recommendations would be that in the future, probably they would offer free access to Python working systems like NLP, so that and Veda lexicon, so that you're able to analyze the outcome or the sentiments that people will express on the various movies and the various settings or the various things that are observed on Netflix. So the only problem that I had was in Twitter. It was a bit limited. There were some few years back. It was an open source. But nowadays, it has been restricted, and specifically probably only working on the YouTube comments. Now that is a limitation, and I think we ought to work on it and see how we can achieve better results.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm just going to have some questions from the audience. So a question from basically are they asking, were you able to capture other languages other than English?
Yeah, I went for English specifically because that is what I'm conversant with. I'm not very good with probably other languages. So I specifically went for the English kind of movies, but it still can capture other languages. If I was good in other languages, I would have gone for it too, in another language, probably French, probably Spanish. Yeah, it would still work.
Okay, so how about another question? So how did you handle any comments given in the form of images that express feelings and emotions?
There was the panda and the multiplotylib that was analyzing the emojis, the videos, and the like. So that is one thing that I utilized on the NLP. I uploaded the panda and multiplotlyb that gave in the diagrams automatically. So the panda was the one now to analyze the videos, to analyze the emojis and the like.
Okay, thank you. Just looking for a few more questions. So while there's more questions coming, I also wanted to ask you about when you were talking about visualization in terms of what you displayed as your results. How do you think, in the same vein of the same question that I was asking before, if you wanted to give advice to decision makers at Netflix without technical experience, how would you use these charts and the sentiment results to actually guide them, as they may not be familiar with the technical jargon which is being used, basically? If you can answer that.
Now the bar graphs and the pie charts are a visual symbolization of the outcomes after the analysis of the comments on the Netflix various movies. Now, when you look at these bar graphs and the pie charts, the first one is a positive sentiment, which is at 2338. So this one is the highest with a pink visualization. And if you look at the pie chart, that 2338 as a total of the 6,000 samples that I took indicates 43.2%. Whereas the 1630, the one in blue, is a negative sentiment. It is indicated on the pie chart as a negative of 30.1% on the pie chart. So it is the second one on the pie chart. And then the last one is the orange one, which is the neutral comments or the neutral sentiment. And it's indicated by 26.7% with an orange color. Now, the differences in the colors will help a layman to understand the percentages or the outcomes. So when you look at a bar graph that is higher than the others, then a normal or a lay person will understand that it is higher in terms of the sentiment. So the positive one, percentage-wise, is the highest, followed by the negative sentiment, and then the neutral sentiment, which is the lowest.
Okay, thank you. I'm just seeing if there are any more questions. So, okay, so we're just about to end. So I just have actually one final question for you regarding maybe bias in your data collection. How would you address the issues in terms of how you filtered your data in your URLs and also stop words, for example? How do you ensure that you are not losing some of the valuable content which was actually there when you're removing some of those elements?
Now, there were several steps that I analyzed or went through while I was analyzing my data. The first step was importing all the libraries. That one was in the Python program, in the Python programming program. The second step was getting the YouTube API keys and other credentials to fetch the comments. And then I had another step for fetching comments from YouTube and the comments section, the comment section. That was the third step. And then I initialized NLTK, that is the natural language toolkit, for processing the setup. And then I had the fifth step as the filtering the collected comments. I filtered the collected comments, and then I stored the filtered comments in a text file for further access and processing. And then I analyzed the comments to determine the polarity of the comments, and determining the overall polarity was the eighth step. And finally, I plotted the graphical data visualization after that. I don't know whether I've answered you.
Yeah, that's a very good response. Yes. So thank you very much for your presentation and also your work that you've done. It's a good project, I think. I just again thank you for joining, and we'll be starting with our next presenter. Thank you so much, Morris.
Thank you so much too.
Bye.
Bye bye.
So we'll be moving on to our next session, presentation. So we actually have Shadrach Watai. So can you actually just share your presentation, please?
Hello, I hope you can see my presentation.
Yeah, it's there. Yes, it's fine. So just as an introduction, yeah, well, so you have about 15 minutes to present. You can present for a bit longer if you need to, because there's someone who's not attending. But I'll give you the information. So 5 minutes after after the 15 minutes, we'll have 5 minutes of Q&A. So yeah, you can start. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, my name is Shadrach Watai, and my supervisor was Dr. Kushata, and I am affiliated with the University of Eastern, and my work was on development of large language model-based e-learning system to enhance personalized education for universities in Tanzania. So the problem, so starting with the context, on our problem was traditional teaching methods in Tanzania universities don't meet diverse student needs. So we have this problem when students with different capacity or capabilities, different backgrounds, different learning styles are facing problems when it comes to one class fits all. kind of environment during learning. So it leads to inconsistent educational outcomes and reduced engagement. And this was proven by works by Ndume and Ambele, specifically Tanzanian environments. And the third problem, issue was the study. So this study, not a problem, it proposes an AI-driven learning system using large language models to create dynamic adaptive environments. So the problem is existing e-learning platforms are static and lack real-time feedback or updates or adaptive content, leading to limited engagement and high attrition rates. So the objectives, so the rationale, this system addresses the lack of, or this work addresses the lack of research on large language models in low resource settings like Tanzania. We want to create a system that aligns with the Sustainable Development Goal number 4 for inclusive and equitable equitable quality education. And third, develop a tool that enhances equity, motivation, and academic performance. So objectives for this work were to assess the current status of personalized learning and challenges to artificial intelligence integration in Tanzania, to design and develop an LLM-based personalized e-learning system, and then theoretically assess the system's efficacy based on existing literature. And this comes because we had a constraint on how to conduct our research, because it is a master level, which shouldn't take too long. So we were supposed to conduct research based on secondary data. So the research questions for this work were, first of all, what is the current state of personalized learning systems in Tanzanian universities, and what challenges hinder the integration of AI? Question number 2 was, how can an LLM-based personalized learning system be systematically designed and developed? And third, what potential impacts does the developed system have on student engagement, academic performance, and learning satisfaction? So theoretical framework. So we use the two theories: constructivist learning theory, which focuses on which has the standpoint that learning is an active process where students build knowledge, and for this case, AI-driven systems support this adaptive material and providing real-time feedback. Also, we use the technology acceptance model. User acceptance depends on perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use. So any users of a system will always try to see the usefulness and how easy the system is. So we used it to, this theory was used to evaluate the potential acceptance of the proposed large language model-based personalized e-learning system. And this was also supported by a scholar called Udana in 2022. So literature survey. These scholars, Ndume and Ambele, in those years, and the SIFI also, highlighted the challenges of traditional teaching methods in Tanzania, including inconsistent outcomes and low engagement. Zawaki and friends provided a systematic review of AI applications in higher education, highlighting the needs for more research in the educator environment. So Udana used the technology acceptance model to measure the success of e-learning platforms, providing a foundation for the empirical evaluation of this study's proposed system. You and Yale explored how AI-driven personalized learning systems can enhance student engagement, supporting the study's core hypothesis. And Huang reviewed the practical and ethical challenges of using large language models in education, informing the discussion on limitations and recommendations. The methodology. So we used the design science research method for this work. And this was because the approach from the objectives were to create a system or an artifact which we could demonstrate how it could support or help in solving the problem. So design science research method is a very good methodology which is used to create, evaluate an innovative artifact, for this case, a large language model-based e-learning system in a structured way. So those are key stages in this used in this methodology: problem identification, solution, objective formulation, design and development. And at this stage, we use the evolutionary prototyping model because now during development of a software, we need a specific development approach for the system. And then demonstration of the functional prototype or the artifact itself, theoretical evaluation. For this case, we use the inferred or based on secondary data for the reasons I stated before. And finally, communication and dissemination. For this case, it was my dissertation. The challenges identified were, first of all, infrastructural inadequacies. There are so many unreliable, there's so much unreliable internet connectivity in Tanzania, and also outdated digital infrastructure. The second category of the challenges was low AI literacy. There's limited faculty exposure to AI concepts. So our faculty, academics, and these universities need exposure or training on AI concepts and how to use these tools. Lack of professional development programs, that could also help to solve the problem above. And the third category was institutional resistance. There is a cultural inertia and preference for traditional methods. And also outdated policy frameworks and budgetary prioritization issues. Most institutions don't see if they need to invest too much on artificial intelligence or the tools integrated in their systems. So these are the requirements of the system. Functional requirements were user registration and role-based access, large language model-driven chatbot for real-time guidance, adaptive content delivery and personalized learning paths, assessment tools and feedback mechanisms. And non-functional requirements, we looked on performance, portability, and security, scalability, and the reliability of the system. The architecture was web-based platform with modern technology stack, not a mobile application or else. So these are the screens of the processes or the how the user would interact with the system. These are a few screens. So when the user logs in, they would immediately see the modules that they subscribed or enrolled to. For this case, there are 4 modules, and this student is interested in learning engineering mechanics, for example. So when they click on Start Module or Learn on that engineering mechanics module, the system takes them to a screen where they can access the material, and these materials are arranged in a sequential order or in a sequential manner, so that when they complete one step or one chapter in the learning process, they get a score, or they take a quiz, they collect the scores, the marks, and then they can be able to continue with the next module. So there are notes, you can access the notes, and these notes are the mixture of so many things. The faculty or the teacher can upload materials, but the large language model embedded can also help in explaining the material or generating so much more content to give more explanation to the student. The student can take a quiz, and this quiz, most of the questions are automatically generated. There's a timer there. There are so many different kinds of questions: multiple choice, short answers, essay questions. They can take all that, and the system can correct and give feedback. There's also a room for the faculty or the academic to interact with the student and give feedback on the areas of weakness. Theoretical evaluation of the system. So the method, we synthesized the findings from existing evaluations of similar systems in comparable contexts. So we didn't take the system to a certain university to test it, but instead looked on how different or how similar projects were evaluated and tried to collect tried to see how this could be accepted. So efficacy, the study inferred that the system would be effective and well received in general, and inferred impact, first of all, was student engagement would be increased by adaptive content and interactive features, academic performance enhanced through tailored guidance and personalized learning paths, user satisfaction, a positive user experience is expected even in resource-constrained settings due to perceived usefulness and ease of use. Discussion and implications. So the artifact provides a scalable, low-resource model for personalized learning in sub-Saharan Africa. It addresses a critical gap in personalized learning for Tanzanian universities, and it highlights the potential for AI to support more effective and engaging learning. Some of the challenges, generalizability is limited to similar contexts because we are evaluating this system based on other similar systems. So validation of findings needs primary data collection, not so much secondary like we did. And the recommendation for this project is, first of all, the pilot implementation. So we're recommending to conduct a pilot program to gather real-world data on performance and user acceptance. A faculty training, which was the problem. So we recommend to develop comprehensive professional development programs to improve AI literacy among educators. Policy advocacy, engage with policymakers to develop supportive policies for the integration of AI, to address large language model limitations, or to implement human oversight to ensure accuracy and contextual relevance of the content, and do not to just leave all the content, the feedback, and everything to AI itself. There is a need for human intervention. Empirical studies is required to conduct longitudinal studies to measure the direct impact on students' academics quantitatively. Cost-benefit analysis, research the economic feasibility and long-term return on investment of implementing such a system, and qualitative analysis to explore how we recommend to explore how the faculty and the students perceive and interact with the system through interviews and surveys rather than only inferred by secondary data. Conclusion and acknowledgements. Conclusion. The study demonstrates that an LLM-based e-learning system is a feasible and effective solution for enhancing personalized education in Tanzanian universities, providing a valuable blueprint for academic improvement through personalized learning in the region. And acknowledgement, I thank my supervisor, Dr. Kushatsa, the University of East London, my school, and Unicaf, and my family who supported me during this journey. Those are some of my references, and thank you so much for listening, and welcome for Q&A.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Before I get to a few questions, I just want to ask the audience, if you have questions, please post them in the Q&A so we can get to them. My first question is regarding challenges. So you had mentioned in terms of the context where you are and where you were looking at in Tanzania, in terms of the readiness for a type of AI-driven system in education. So what in terms of limitation, in terms of infrastructure or in terms of capacity, faculty capacity, and also the policy issues relating to certain gaps to be able to implement like these AI systems for knowledge and learning in universities?
So I didn't get the question. So the question is, sorry?
So what would be the main, because you didn't get the whole question or the last part?
The last part, like the heart of the
Okay,
matter.
so which challenges particularly do you think that need to be addressed to make sure that these systems can be implemented? You had mentioned
All right.
already, yeah, you had mentioned a few, so but just if you could expand on that.
All right. So if I can go to here. So, for example, on unreliable internet connectivity, or outdated digital infrastructure. So I think for this case, we need more investment in our infrastructure for internet, and invest more on expand some budget on these areas, because these tools require internet. Large language models are learning all the time. So without the internet, we will remain with only the knowledge we have in our servers. But also the challenge of internet connectivity. Some universities in remote areas, or students who are learning in kind of distance learning, if they don't get this good internet activity, even if we integrate our systems with AI tools, it won't help too much. The issue with the limited faculty exposure, yeah, we really need to invest in training. The challenge which I have faced myself is most academics are used to cultural, to traditional methods. So sometimes they are resisting to the new technology. So I think there's a need for more investment on training and those kind of things.
Okay, thank you. There's a question about what variables or indicators are used to evaluate the effectiveness of the system.
Okay, thank you. So generally, we tried to analyze. Let me go to. Sorry, functional requirements. So because the study was based on secondary data, so indicators to evaluate the system were usually we focused more on the functional and non-functional requirements, but also we tried to evaluate to see how other papers, how other evaluations from similar projects did. But mostly we tried to check the system on its own with performance, portability, security, and all those kind of things, scalability and reliability. But we also tried to see if all these functional requirements were somehow met. And yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, so there's another question, and you did mention it, but can you just explain which programming languages you were using for your project?
All right. So programming languages. So we used the Node, the JavaScript or TypeScript server for backend, and we use the Vue.js for front end. Our database was PostgreSQL, and the large language model itself was GPT-4 Omni. Thank you.
Okay, so another question we have basically we're just going to go through 2 or 3 more questions. So the first question is, can you restate your data sources and how the data was methodically arrived at your results? So they want just a brief analysis on how you use your data to get your results.
Okay. All right. So as for the data, we didn't collect. So we used the secondary data, and the secondary data for my case were only on literature literature survey or literature reviews, papers, and those the analysis of those papers provided the gap which we thought of fixing, and that's how we came up with this idea or this title for development of this system. But there were no primary data collected because of the constraints stated, and also for the evaluation we had also to use secondary data again, see what kind of papers, kind of works that evaluated similar projects and what they say.
Okay, thank you. So our final question is, which large language module did you consider the best for learners, or did you consider a custom post-trained model?
So if I get the question correctly, I tried to measure between GPT-4 Omni and was it Google's one of the large language model, but I think we decided to go with the GPT-4 because it's more popular, portable, and also was cheaper at the time. I don't know now, but at least those were the considerations.
Okay, thank you. That's the final question. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you very much. So we'll just start with our new session. So we're starting now with our next presenter. Unfortunately, we have to move the order a bit because somebody will not be joining us. But so we start off with Thato Charles Massa. If you could prepare your presentation, we'll start as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you confirm if I am audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you.
So Chadrak, if you could just close your presentation, I think you're still sharing.
Yeah, I'm trying to see how I can unshare. Stop share, all right.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm out.
So are you ready to start your presentation now?
Yeah, I'm just looking at something small here.
Okay, it's fine. It's showing. So just again, just as a note, please make sure that everybody in the audience, you can actually add questions while there's a presentation ongoing, so we can get to them. So you may start your presentation. You have about 15 minutes, a bit more, because of course we don't have someone attending. So you can just start, and then once you're done, we'll start the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, and good morning to everyone on the call. My name is Thato Massa, and today I will be presenting my research under the title Transforming Healthcare Delivery in Lesotho through Big Data and Machine Learning, which is a predictive analytics framework. And I must say that this research is part of my master's program under the School of Sciences, Health Sciences, Technology and Engineering at the University of East London. So my presentation focuses on how predictive analytics can address persistent health challenges in Lesotho. And this work was inspired by a simple belief that when we have the right data and when the right data is used the right way, we can be able to save lives and strengthen the healthcare systems, especially in countries with limited resources. So first of all, allow me to begin by briefly introducing Lesotho and the context in which its healthcare system operates. Lesotho is a very small, beautiful country which is located in the Southern Africa, and it is completely surrounded by South Africa. So 80% of the country is mountainous, hence the geography plays a major role in healthcare delivery. So many communities live in remote highlands that are extremely difficult to reach, especially during winter or heavy rains. So simply getting a patient to a clinic here in Lesotho or delivering medical supplies can be a very major challenge. And beyond our geography, we face several systematic healthcare issues like HIV prevalence rates, TB co-infections, and the increasing rise in non-communicable diseases. Also, our health system is fragmented. That means our data is collected, but it is not integrated across all platforms. It is only stored in DHIS2 and DMR, which leads to the delayed outbreak detection and slow responses during reporting times. Also, we have limited access to quality healthcare in remote areas. And all these factors create an environment where our traditional healthcare approaches are no longer enough. This is where the global shift towards digital data and the data-driven healthcare becomes essential. So let's look at the broader introduction. And across the world, we know that healthcare systems are becoming increasingly data-driven. Countries are investing in digital health technologies and machine learning to enable the proactive rather than being reactive. So big data and machine learning have become the central point to this transformation by helping health systems to detect outbreaks earlier, allocate resources more efficiently, and improve the patient care. So Lesotho is also generating more health-related data than ever before through the routine health information systems that we have, like e-register, health surveys. But the biggest challenge is not the lack of data. It is the underutilization of the data that we have. Hence, the key question guiding my research here is, how can Lesotho use its existing data to predict, repair, and respond more effectively to the disease outbreaks? And to answer that, we must understand what big data and machine learning bring to the table. Big data and machine learning offer transformation potential. They have a very big potential because they allow us to detect patterns that humans may overlook while working. And with these tools, countries can shift from treating diseases after they occur to predicting and preventing them before they spread. And also, machine learning models can help to forecast the outbreaks, to identify the risk areas, and then to predict all these other things. But in Lesotho, several structural problems make it difficult for us to fully benefit from machine learning. And this brings us to the core problem that my study seeks to address. Despite the availability of data in Lesotho, we struggle to use it to its full potential. As I mentioned earlier, our data is stored across different systems. It is manually collected, and that delays our reporting. It reduces our accuracy. And also our analytical capacity with the Ministry of Health is very limited, meaning the advanced tools that we have, we rarely apply them. Resource constraints also make it difficult to adapt to these new technologies. So most importantly, the predictive tools which are widely used in other countries, they remain underutilized in Lesotho, or they are not available at all. This gap between what is possible and what is currently happening is the problem my research is aiming to bridge. And to close this gap, I developed a research aim centered on building a practical and locally relevant predictive framework. The primary aim of this research is to design a machine learning-based predictive analytics framework, which is tailored for Lesotho and other low-middle income countries' healthcare context. So this framework is intended to predict the healthcare outcomes, support the early outbreak detections, improve the patient care, and then strengthen the decision-making at national level. In other words, we aim to help Lesotho move to a proactive, data-driven healthcare system. And with this aim in mind, this study focused on these 4 objectives. The first one was to identify the key health data sources that could support this predictive analytics. Then we develop a machine learning models which is capable of predicting health outcomes. Then from there, we determine which model performs best, and then we integrate the framework into the health system. Each objective here builds on the previous one, ensuring that the final framework is both scientifically sound and practically implementable. So to achieve these objectives, we developed a methodology, or we followed this methodology. We used a quantitative applied research design. Multiple data sets were sourced from reputable global platforms like World Health Organization, the World Bank, Kaggle, environmental data sources like World Climate. And the 3 machine learning models were tested, which is LSTM, long short-term memory in full, which is a neutral network suited for time series forecasting. We also tested XGBoost, which is very powerful, we know, for gradient boosting, and also a DB scan for clusters. So model performance was also evaluated using metrics such as the accuracy, their ACU, and their F1 score, ensuring that the results were reliable and comparable. So here I will walk you through the analytical process step by step. The methodology followed a structured machine learning pipeline. First, data was collected, data was cleaned, normalized. Then secondly, the data was used to train and validate the above mentioned models on the previous slide. Thirdly, the prediction outputs such as the risk scores and the outbreak alerts were generated. And finally, these outputs were aligned with how they could be integrated into the existing health systems in Lesotho, especially the National Health Information System. That will ensure that the framework is not just technically sound, but it can also be practical in real life. So now let's look at what the models, how the models actually produced, how they actually performed. We really found them very promising, the results which were tested, but XGBoost performed the best by achieving 88.5% accuracy score, and then F1 score of 0.86. So these metrics, they indicated that the model is highly capable of identifying the high-risk areas, and it can also help us predict the health outcomes with strong reliability. That says we can rely on it. In technical terms, it means that the model can support faster, accurate health decisions. But beyond the model performance, it was important to understand the real-world impact. Alongside developing the predictive models, I also built an interactive visual dashboard that demonstrates how the framework could be used in real-life decision-making. And as you can see down here, this dashboard displays the predicted outbreaks, highlights high-risk districts, like the high-risk areas. It shows patient trend forecast and even suggests where resources may be prioritized. So it makes the result easy to interpret for non-technical staff, and it works as a practical tool that health managers can use on a daily basis. Then this dashboard comes essential in that it can be able to bridge. It can be a bridge between the data and the model, and then the actual decisions that can be made in the health facilities. So when applied in the simulated scenarios, the predicted framework demonstrated the clear practical benefits. As I said, that we had to take it into the real world. It improved the staff allocation, allowing facilities to prioritize the high-risk patients. By knowing that this would be a high risk, then we are able to allow the facilities to allocate staff, also be able to distribute resources evenly, and also highlighted the areas which can be the hotspot, which will require the early intervention. So all in all, these results really showed that the predictive analytics can shift Lesotho's healthcare system towards a more responsive, a more efficient, a more equitable model. But I must mention that challenges still remain. While collecting our data, we had incomplete data sets, limited local expertise. And I think we still can face the funding constraints, but these challenges can be addressed through targeted investment. If the government is willing, can be able to address these challenges by investing in this. And with these results in mind, I would like to conclude the overall findings that the research showed that the machine learning and big data does have a potential to significantly strengthen the healthcare system in Lesotho and other low-income countries. Also, the predictive analytics framework developed here, it provides a practical way to improve the early warning signs, optimize resources, and support the evidence-based decision-making. But on my recommendations to move this forward, I recommended that the government should strengthen the data governance. Also, to help build this local model and provide data science capacity, as I did say that there is few local expertise. Also, we should be able to pilot the framework in other districts before scaling up nationally, just to make sure that it does what it's intended to do. Because really, Lesotho has an opportunity to become a leader in this digital health innovation. And this framework is a step in that direction that we are taking. And also, to further expand this work, several areas of future research, I think they will offer exciting possibilities. Future research can broaden the impact of this by integrating the real-time mobile health data to make faster predictions. Also, we can be able to develop explainable artificial intelligence models that will help to build trust among the clinicians. And now we can be able to examine the long-term effects of predictive analytics while used on the national health outcomes. These areas provide a solid pathway for further innovation and system strengthening. And this research is supported by the work of many other scholars whose studies I have referenced here on this project. So these are the key sources that informed this study. They were covering data, big data, machine learning, healthcare systems, and also predictive modeling. So at this point, I would like to open the floor for questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Just again, the participants, please add your questions in the Q&A so that we can get to them. So thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to maybe focus on one or two questions regarding the health data. So I just wanted to ask, in terms of ethical issues and privacy concerned regarding integration of health databases, including the geospatial and climate data, what do you think in terms of safeguards would be needed to ensure the privacy, especially with data which is maybe sensitive?
Okay, thank you so much. Am I still audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I think for ethical considerations and privacy, as we know that they are very central when using the health data, especially when combining that very sensitive patient level data. I think the key safeguards that I would propose are data anonymization. Before we deal with any data sets, we should make sure that we anonymize the data. Also, the government should have strong governance and access controls on the data. And again, on the health systems, there should be secure storage. Data should be encrypted every time, and we should ensure that we use secure servers, possibly with Ministry of Health Infrastructure or trusted cloud providers that comply with data protection standards. And on the ethical review and consent, I think before we integrate the data sets, we should always get approval from the relevant boards or the ethics committee. Where possible, we should always ensure that original data collection, it includes the informed consent that allows the secondary use of that data.
Okay, thank you. We have another question from the audience. So, how did the challenge around incomplete data sets affect the outcomes of the predictive analysis?
Okay, thank you so much again for that question. Incomplete data sets, I should say that they did have a noticeable impact on the predictive analysis because the missing values, I would say they weaken the patterns that the model can learn from. For example, the gaps in the data reports or uneven climate data coverage, they meant that some time periods were less reliable than others. So I think to the impact that it had is that it really weakened the predictive analysis because at some point the model couldn't get the exact or the real data, and it couldn't predict or give the predictions or the real predictions on what should happen.
Okay, thank you. A question, what would you say are the main challenges in pre-processing healthcare data for machine learning models?
Can you come again, please?
What would you say are the main challenges in pre-processing healthcare data for machine learning models?
You said the challenges.
Yeah, the main challenges in pre-processing the healthcare data for ML.
Okay. I think the main challenges here are that one of the main challenges, like in pre-processing the healthcare data, was missing and inconsistent records. They are very common in our health systems in Lesotho. Many facilities report or skip fields, so the data often requires cleaning, imputation, and standardization. And also the second challenge is data fragmentation. As I did mention, health data comes from multiple sources. We have DHIS2 here in Lesotho. We have EMRs. So all in different formats. They come all in different formats, and harmonizing this into a single analytic data set, it takes time and it needs very careful alignment. And another challenge is data quality issues, duplicates, outliers, and inconsistent coding of variables. So that always must be corrected so that they don't distort the model training.
Okay, thank you. We have time maybe for one or two more questions. So another question, what specific programming methods did you use to pre-process your data? And how do you identify outliers and data imbalance? How do you handle these and other elements during the data pre-processing?
First question was?
So which programming methods did you use to pre-process your data?
Okay. The pre-programming methods that I used to pre-process my data, in terms of, I use Python as the main environment for pre-processing the data. And in Python, we have methods like pandas for data cleaning and to merge the data sets to handle the missing values. Also, there was NumPy for numerical transformations. And the most important one was scikit-learn for missing value imputation. And there was time series handling, which was used to resample and align the health and data climates, and also Z-scores and interquartile range methods to detect the outliers.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a final question. It's related to in terms of decentralization of data and patient data. So, which predictions were you not able to make due to incomplete data? So I know that most countries have decentralized data and historical patient data incomplete due to lack of digitations. So in terms of the data not being digitized, there's incomplete data.
Okay. Because most of the national data sets were incomplete, there were several predictions I could not make with confidence. I should say that. For example, I could not build a reliable facility level predictions for specific districts or health centers because many facilities they reported inconsistent data. Also, I was unable to generate the patient level predictions such as the risk scores because patient data is not centrally consolidated.
Okay, thank you for the answers and thank you for your presentation. We're going to move on to our next presenter, so you can stop sharing your presentation. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
So actually, we're moving on to Julius. If you're there, we'll start to see based on time. If you can just share your presentation.
I hope I'm the one, the Julius, that there is no other Julius.
Yes, you're the only Julius, yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. Julius, my research was based on big data analytics in criminal prosecution in Uganda. I was affiliated to the University of East London, Docklands campus.
So just before you start, I just wanted to make sure again to indicate that you have about 15 minutes. You may go over a bit because we still have someone that didn't attend. So after that will be the Q&A for 5 minutes. So you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, machine learning and big data analytics were used in the analysis of prosecution data to identify case processing trends and outcomes, make prediction, and to generate dashboards. And this study was conducted in the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions in Uganda, whose mandate is to manage and prosecute criminal cases in the courts of judicature in order to reduce the rate of crime in Uganda. So according to UNESCO, judiciaries and prosecution services globally use AI to identify precedents in case law, enable administration in reforming judicial processes, and to facilitate judges with prediction on issues like bail, sentence duration, and recidivism scores. So the statement of the problem is about that in over 10 years, the Office of DPP was collecting prosecution data in around the country and using Microsoft Excel, and eventually introduced prosecution case management information system. So the data was not being analyzed effectively for knowledge discovery and data-driven decision-making using AI and machine learning, hence the motivation for this study. The primary objectives as provided here. One is to identify case processing trends and outcomes, generate dashboards and reports for the top-level management of the Office of DPP, to facilitate data sharing and exchange with other stakeholders such as the Parliament, the Judiciary, the Uganda Police Force, development partners, and researchers, among others. And the specific objective was to develop insights, patterns, and trends from big data analytics in pre-collected secondary data on felonies and misdemeanors that were handled by the Office of DPP between 2018, 2019 to 2020, 2023. That is a 5-year data collected, and to ultimately contribute towards crime prevention.
So we'll just move on to our next presenter. If he's able to get back, then we might be able to fit in some time, but we're short of time now. So we just want to move on to our next presenter. So Sunday, are you ready to present?
Yes, I am.
So please share, please share your presentation.
Okay.
We'll start as soon as possible. So again, 10 minutes, 15 minutes for your presentation, and then a 5-minute for the Q&A.
Okay.
So you'll be the last presenter before we go to break, in case we will have time. So just make sure that you're within the time that I've given. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to share my presentation. Just give me a few seconds. All right. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, it's just a little challenge here, right? But I hope the screen is visible now to everyone.
Yes, it is.
All right. All right. Thank you for this opportunity, Unicaf. This is really exciting. It's a privilege to be here to present this work, and I'm excited. I also want to give you thanks for giving, especially we in Africa, opportunity to actually do this. And yes, so today I'm going to be presenting on the algorithmic myth busting, a data science framework for detecting and correcting cultural bias in AI system today. Okay, so my name is Sunday Okonkwo. I'm a master's graduate in data science, and I have been working in the data science field for the past 15 years and working on data and also using data to provide insights to organizations, basically. So I thought about this topic, and because I've been, working on AI lately, and I discovered a lot of things that I felt should be discussed, and especially in forums like this, should also, come to our conscience on some of the things, how we make use of this AI. So I'm just going to start with, the basic thing of the AI system. So let me just start off with the introduction in terms of us picturing an AI system trained on millions of data points from around the world. It answers questions fluently, generates poetry, predicts trends, it feels universal, right? And we've been using it because it's been helpful around what we do. Yet, when it's asked to describe an African village, I'm giving an instance now, and this is the cultural bias I'm trying to put in so we can have a voice in this AI models. Okay, so I looked at it in the sense that if you search to describe an African village, it sees only poverty when it wants to describe African village. If you want to generate anything which relates to Africa, it comes up with, a impoverished setting. And when it meets on maybe African proverb, it calls on, permit me to use the words nonsensical bias in terms of how Africa should look out, and some bias in some of the proverbs, right? And I'm sure some people have not really looked at it because probably maybe writers in African folks would also allude to this. This to me is not intelligent the way it's intelligent, but not in terms of inclusiveness in what we do, especially for us in Africa, right? What the world calls artificial intelligence is, in truth, human bias automated at scale. That is what I perceive in terms of what I have looked at, if you want to really put it across there. And that is why we are here, to challenge that inheritance, to rewrite, the myth, and to build AI that does not exclude but empowers, because it looks as though it does that now. Today, artificial intelligence is shaping our lives in ways that even the creators of early computing system could never have imagined. From personalized medicine to predictive policing, from education to entertainment, algorithms have become silent architects of modern society today. And I bet people that have been using AI would allude to this too. But there's a hidden imbalance if we notice, and I'm sure most of us that are using AI would have seen that hidden imbalance if you really explore deeply. For someone like me, I'm a research person, and I've been doing a lot of back-end research on that. There's a hidden imbalance. Most AI systems are built using data from the global north. That means African culture, language, idioms, expression are largely invisible in this system. What we call smart is sometimes simply biased data amplified by code. Scholars like, Ruhr Benjamin calls the digital colonization. He called it digital colonization or colonialism. It's a powerful term because it reminds us that the old structure of dominance have simply evolved into lines of Python and data sets of convenience, right? So algorithm myth-busting is my answer to this imbalance. It is a framework born from both science and storytelling. I'm a storyteller too. A fusion of data science, culture, ethics, designed to detect and correct cultural biases in AI. And that is what my research is actually based on. My mission here is simple: to ensure that AI does not erase the African story. That's basically what my mission is for this presentation. And my objective here is to design a reproductive an ethical data science and a reproducible data science framework that detects and mitigates cultural bias in AI system while enhancing African presentation. Now, also, my other objective is to actually enhance presentation of African narratives in global AI system and detect cultural bias in mainstream AI models. That's basically what it is. And so my objective for this is basically collecting and analyzing African folktales, proverbs, indigenous texts as training data, right? Apply neutral language processing, that is NLP, and sentiment analysis to detect biases in language model. Utilize measures through cultural rich data augmentation and contribute to global AI fairness in discourse from African centers perspective, right? So in our own perspective, because that is what we as African researchers could also contribute, because based on what we've seen so far with the models, it's likely not incorporating and involving and including the continent. So behind every algorithm is a method, and behind every method is a mindset, right? The method of algorithm myth-busting follows let's say, I would say a 5-step pipeline that blends scientific precision with cultural depth. So my framework here would be, my first start is to have data input collected from African basis. Let's begin by collecting like African orals, literal corporal stories from Nigeria, from Kenya, from Ghana, from Ethiopia, and South Africa. Not data that is scrapped from Wikipedia, right? But a living language, the kind that holds emotion, metaphor, and identity. That's my first step. Capture some of this data that would also have this consideration for African continent. The second step for me is analysis using these natural language processing to perform topics modeling, entity recognition, and sentiment analysis to see how meaning is formed and represented. And the third step for me will be auditing. Employing fairness metrics from IBM, AI Fairness 360, to detect bias in language generation, classification, and emotional mapping. Then the fourth step for me will be correction, through cultural rich data augmentation. I would want to feed AI with African narratives, teaching its balance, rhythm, and representation. Then the final step for me would be validation. Finally, we test whether the bias level actually reduces, and the bias level reduces in today's AI, and in fact in future AI, to basically reduce the bias level in future AI and cultural inclusiveness, and also improve cultural inclusivity around the globe. Basically, that's my fifth one. And what emerges is not just a fairer AI, but a smart one at the end of the day, because cultural diversity improves model accuracy and relevance. This is what I call ethics in practice. That's how I framed this, right? And so basically, I talk on, okay, I'm sure some people. So what would be my data source? My data source would basically be collate over 3,000 texts as a sample, text entries from African folktales, literature, proverbs, ensuring linguistical variety across English, maybe Yoruba, Igbo, Swahili, Zulu. I'm just giving instances of different languages that can be incorporated that is possible, and digitalize, the oral stories, the translation, the culture, the idiomatic expressions that we use, the structure we use in all this. That's basically what I intend to do. At the end of the day, my result is to actually have, an evidence of something that is not stereotyped, a kind of, right, in our system today. To have evidence of expected findings for me is to have evidence of omission and stereotyping of African narrative, identification of underrepresentations in mainstream AI models, and successful demonstration of corrective potentials using cultural data arguments. So my anticipated outcome will be enriched data sets leading to more balanced model output and framework applicable for broader global, fairness studies. Basically, that's what the expectation is for me. And also, if someone asks today, can you elaborate on this implication? I would say yes. I would want to take, for instance, on ethical impact. The framework integrates fairness metrics such as disparate impact ratio, equal opportunity differences, and average all differences to quantify cultural imbalance. It goes beyond rhetorics, right? It measures bias numerically and proposes a correctional process through African data integration. Then on education, values too. Doing this would help to develop an open source training data set for African NLP research. The goal is to enable universities and AI labs to teach fairness auditing practically and not theoretically. This helps to bridge the gap between ethics and data engineering. Then also look at it from a policy perspective. On policy, I'm advocating that national data policies, including AI fairness review boards, similar to ethics committees in medical research, this board can ensure that any AI model.
There's a connection issue, so we'll just maybe wait 1 minute, and then there's time for Q&As. We'll try and get Julius back on just for his presentation to finish up.
So I was saying the analysis revealed consistent results showing theft and assault being the predominant cases, and also said that the police report revealed that during COVID and immediately after COVID, there were challenges of domestic violence, and also theft increased immediately after COVID. And the other analysis that was done was in terms of convictions. And what I said about others kind of skewed the results, because small offenses which were not disaggregated were lumped together. But it still shows that the highest number of convictions was also in the area of theft, still followed by assault. So this showed also the total number of convicted cases in the lower graph. So in conclusion, there was general decrease in crime rate from 2018, but there was a marked increase, which showed that also, just a second, there was a marked increase from 2020. This was likely caused by the effect of COVID-19, as was corroborated by the Uganda Police Crime Report of 2021. Now, the most prevalent offenses over the 5 years were theft and assaults. Root cause analysis should therefore be conducted by government and other stakeholders to formulate appropriate interventions. For example, what could have sparked off, or what could have led to predominance of thefts? Is it weak laws? Is it problem of enforcement? Is it poor prosecution? So those are things that government would have to, or other studies would have to reveal. Then the other challenge we faced was lumping of offenses under category others did not give a clear picture of the performance of the individual offenses they are under. Policy directives should therefore be given to staff to provide the detail of each category of crime. Other challenges discovered included poor data quality, such as incomplete data and errors, and there were also duplicates. For example, we had some offenses captured juvenile cases, and some did not capture it. Similarly, in terms of disability also, people with disability were not disaggregated. So in this study, we can argue that made a contribution to crime management and to the broad knowledge and application of AI, ML, and big data analytics in criminal prosecution. The recommendations for future work include the following: use of spatial data analysis using GIS and ML tools to analyze and visualize the prosecution data by location around the country. It would be good to reveal on the map of the country areas where there is more prevalent cases of theft compared to others. Then also prediction using other algorithms, because such as naive Bayes, support vector machine should also be explored. Then further analysis should be done on the performance of specific types of offenses, especially on those grouped as others. Analysis can also be done by age group in terms of maybe demographics. And we also recommend that similar studies should be conducted in the judiciary, the Uganda Police Force, and by other criminal justice players to see whether they can corroborate the trend that was identified in the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you for coming back. Just because of time, we just have one question for you. If you could just expand. So there's a question here about, just 1 second. So did you investigate your data for probability of outliers?
No, I did not.
Okay. So that was actually the only question. So
Okay,
thank
you
you
very much.
thank you for presenting. Sorry about the internet issues, but at least you managed to finish.
Much appreciated.
Thank you. So Sunday, since you're there, we can try and get you back on to finish. We have about 10 minutes left. So if you can join quickly, and then we finish your presentation, and then a few questions, if possible.
So just for me to wrap up. Okay. So I was just, if my slide, please pardon the slide thing, but let me just listen to the last part so that I just wrap up on conclusion. think where I'm having issues is just about this, sharing the slide and stuff like that. So I don't know where the internet cut me off, but let me just proceed with that. Okay, so basically I'm on recommendation and conclusion, right? And I'm saying I talked about the impact. I don't know if we all got that part of the impact of this framework, because it's just to make us more inclusive and make us be part of the discussion. And that's the implication basically. And ensure that in terms of ethical impact, educational value, policy relevance, cross-functional contribution, and practical implication that we are getting across on this, especially in incorporating African corpora, right? It doesn't only fix bias, it enhances semantic diversity. For instance, adding African proverb data sets improve contextual coherence in narrative generation, even when we are using ChatGPT and all the source we are using today, right? It will be incorporating all of that, taking us into a more balanced discourse. And that's also measurable. That will also be a measurable progress towards both being fair and even the performance of the model, in future. And in terms of policy too, advocating for this national data policy will include that same fairness, not just that fairness, but the ethical part of it too, in what we do to consider African culture in dealing with whatever this topic, to have that other thought through, not just a straight jacket thought from maybe the Western part of the world, which is on the basis that the model is built, right? And your algorithm too will also align in our dialogue, in our discourse, and not just based on.
Sorry, again, it seems like there's some connectivity issues, so we're almost short of time. So it seems like we won't be able to finish off the last presentation and Q&A session. So for this session, this will be an end of the session. Thank you for joining us. What we're going to have is have a break for about 30 minutes, and then we'll start with our plenary. I'll be back with our plenary presentation. So make sure that you're back at that time, and then we'll be able to start with our next session. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So we'll be starting with our next session on the plenary presentation. So we have Dr. Reginald Kwesai, who's going to be presenting. He's our speaker for our plenary presentation. So he'll be looking at an important conversation about how countries like Zimbabwe are working towards big climate goals, while still facing challenges in turning these goals into action. So he'll be sharing insights into a review that looks at what's working, what's missing, and what sectors like agriculture, water, and energy are still in the stages of developing circular economy systems and net zero practices. So a key part of their message that they'll be sharing today is the role of standards and how harmonizing these practices can support better policies, innovation, and change. So welcome to the session again, everyone, and I'd like to introduce our speaker, Dr. Reginald. If you could start sharing your presentation, and we'll start as soon as possible.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Shall I proceed, Chair?
So just a reminder for everyone that the session is going to be 20 minutes for the presentation, and then we'll have 10 minutes Q&A. So make sure that you add your questions as soon as you can to the Q&A so we can get to them once we have the session with the Q&A. So thank you for attending again. Reginald, you may start.
All right, thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Good afternoon to those who are slightly ahead in terms of time on our side. This morning, I would like to share a discourse of interest, which is really meant to create a good level of understanding and also to promote sufficient ways of appreciating developmental perspectives and building up in the context of sustainability reporting, standards development, key elements of harmonization. Secondly, the thought process I would like to share with us is there is a strong need for us to accentuate a platform of knowledge exchange. And it is in this perspective that we build on value propositions, particularly with the agenda of meeting the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of interest. Now, we also need to build around of any stakeholders with key technical information that may be helpful for us to actually be able to share a form of exercise in the context of adoption, and also improvement. You realize that our discourse this morning will reflect on two elementary perspectives, which are premised on the environmental management system standards, which have been seen to be growing and developing. And these have an impact on our programs such as sustainable development at master's level, such as oil and gas and energy management, such as construction engineering and civil engineering. And it is in this framework that we also get to appreciate that when we adopt standards or use or develop them, we actually begin to see improvements which are systematic within the context of a Deming cycle, or what we call PDCA cycle. Now, key developments that are ongoing within the standards development and harmonization space are premised on moving an agenda of having organizations have a net zero standard. And at present, we are aware of the Science-Based Targets Initiative, which has been the only framework advancing corporate net zero targets. And this has been including guidance, criteria, and recommendations for companies on the need to set a science-based net zero target, which is also consistent with limiting global temperature rise with the target of 1.5 degrees Celsius. Now, you will note that SBTI is a flagship standard, and as we speak, it is undergoing its first revision after a use cycle, which is a minimum of 4 years, where organizations are coming on board and sharing their experiences in how this can be adopted further. I'm also glad to say that ISO, International Organization for Standardization, is developing a standard again, being the second one after SBTI, which is currently under development. And this one is meant to build on requirements to demonstrate how net zero can be achieved and create a platform of compatibility with the reaching net zero pathways. At the same time, develop a credible and verifiable progress towards contributing to a global net zero in line with the Paris Agreement. Now, the scope would only be limited to organizations, and this will not include products in line with EWA 4. So you'll find that key pertinent SDGs of interest that I have been focused on are SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production, and SDG 13, which is climate action. Now, from an African perspective, we also have efforts that are appearing to be building up in this context. And we have seen a technical committee on eco-labeling sustainability and resilient systems coming on board. And these have also reacted to the EU deforestation regulations, and 10 standards have come on board in order for us to be able to improve on technical barriers to trade, whilst allowing a better flow of market and trend analysis in terms of trading. At the same time, you will notice that the African Free Continental Trade Area has also advanced perspectives of harmonizing trade requirements, between countries, between African countries, and also between continents of interest. My presentation outline will proceed as follows. I'll share a perspective on the need for harmonization, some drivers across the local, continental, and global scales, a reflection on these drivers for standards, and then how these have an impact on sustainability reporting, the legal framework, some approaches of interest, and also a key elementary perspectives on sustainability reporting, which include the structure of structure and framework, the principles and comparability, impact materiality, emerging issues and observations, and then the harmonization perspectives. And lastly, we'll then conclude and make some recommendations. Now, when you look at ISO harmonization, we begin to reflect on the need to consider alignment with different standards in order to create a more unified and consistent set of requirements. So this refers to a common structure. It also refers to a framework for compatibility and interoperability between standards and systems. So organizations will have systems, and these need to be monitored over time, that they continue to maintain consistency and allow product placement and also production to maintain a certain quality. At the same time, harmonization can be particularly important in the areas of international trade, where different standards can create barriers and inefficiencies. So some aspects that we need to reflect on are issues on reduced redundancy and complexity, improved interoperability, enhanced efficiency, and facilitating international trade, while at the same time, there is a need to reflect and to actually accept that harmonization creates an increased level of transparency and trust by providing a clear and consistent set of requirements that are actually understood and accepted by all parties. Now, some examples of interest are the ISO 20022. This standard is really premised on financial services and sends a message that harmonization improves the efficiency and effectiveness of cross-border payments. Again, we have a harmonized management system structure, which is also incorporated in the ISO management system standards, which is also meant to promote a more integrated and efficient approach to management. We also have European standards, where these standards are used to ensure that products meet mandatory legal requirements. Now, when we look at the role of ISO, we tend to observe that it plays a key role in standards harmonization, particularly by developing and promoting international standards, which can be adopted by countries and organizations across the globe. Now, when we look at its work in this area, it helps to create a more globally consistent and efficient approach to standards, which facilitates international trade and cooperation. So in essence, standards harmonization is a crucial process for promoting efficiency, interoperability, and global collaboration by aligning different standards and requirements. We'll cascade slightly lower to the African Standards Harmonization Model, where ASO has a principal mandate, again, to harmonize African standards, create a level of conformity within the context of assessment and procedures in order to reduce technical barriers to trade between countries and between continents. So this is meant to promote intra-African and international trade, as well as enhance the industrialization of Africa. You'll agree with me that all goods and services which can be tradable will generate some form of income and profits, which enhances or catapults the advancement of industrialization within our countries from different places where we are located. Now, when we look at the principles of ASO model, they are in accordance with the WTO TBT agreement, where there is also emphasis on openness, transparency, impartiality, effectiveness and relevance, coherence, consensus, and the development dimension. And these principles build up an argument for making a business case for all organizations, be it road construction, be it product placement, be it services offered from different perspectives. At the same time, we then need to reflect, right, from a country level perspective. I've used Zimbabwe, where I'm located, as our local perspective, which I'm going to build on as we go back to the continental and to the international framework. You realize that standards development has been driven by several key factors, and these include the need for industrialization, economic growth, and competitiveness. In Zimbabwe, the Standards Bureau, which is the Association of Zimbabwe, facilitates the creation of standards that align with international practices, which support both domestic and international trade. And the government of Zimbabwe, through the Standards Development Fund under the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, supports this initiative for the Standards Association of Zimbabwe. But what are the key factors or drivers of interest within standards development? The first one is to advance industrialization and economic growth through a policy. And Zimbabwe developed the Zimbabwe National Industrial Development Policy. This is meant to create competitiveness in the domestic and international markets. And the framework builds a strategy, which is the Zimbabwe National Standardization Strategy. Secondly, there are aspects of competitiveness and trade. Now you realize that the standards body is a signatory to the WTO Code of Good Practice for quality and safety requirements, and at the same time identifying and addressing certain cost drivers. The third aspect is the development of the Standards Development Fund, where this has been established through an act of parliament, and funds are being supported through levies on employers and employees of different organizations. Fourth, participation and consensus. Hence, there is emphasis on stakeholder participation. But key to it is the inclusion of small to medium scale enterprises within the perspective of developing these. And lastly, Vision 2030 and beyond. The idea is that the driver should create an open, efficient, and effective business environment that fosters entrepreneurship and attracts foreign investment, policy coherence, and predictability through standards development. Now, from an African perspective, we also get to see that standards development is driven by a combination of factors. These include international trade, regional integration, and efforts like the African Continental Free Trade Area. So the need to enhance economic competitiveness, consumer awareness, ethical and sustainable practices cannot be overemphasized. Now, the drivers at African level have been observed again to be international trade and market access, regional integration through creating a single market for goods and services, consumer demand for ethical and sustainable products, industrialization and economic growth, infrastructure development, capacity building, corporate social responsibility, financial institutions, and governance and policy. At the same time, you get to appreciate that some exemplary perspectives could come through from an ISO 9001 perspective or the ISO 14001 perspective, where examples could be of international standards that are being adopted by African businesses to improve their operations and competitiveness. But however, you tend to observe that there are challenges that could exist in the same framework. So we observe that in Africa, there are weak institutional capacity issues, particularly in national standard bodies. We also observe that there is lack of awareness and understanding of the benefits of standards among businesses and consumers. Again, there is inadequate infrastructure, including transportation and communication networks, while at the same time, there's a complex regulatory environment within most African countries. This leads to limited access to funding and reduced or limited technical expertise. On the other hand, the need to balance the adoption of international standards with the promotion of local industries and a unique African context continues to juxtapose the advancement of the intended targets, particularly when we look at climate science and achieving scenarios of emission reductions. Now, for us to address these challenges, we require a multifaceted approach that involves collaboration between governments, businesses, civil society, and international partners. Now, when we look at the global space, we have taken a look at the local space within country level, and we have taken a look at the continental space. Now, when we look at the global space, we begin to observe that there is a driver of many aspects, and there are several key factors that need to be observed with a key perspective. Now, running with the same theme, we observe that issues of safety, quality, and interoperability of products and services are a prime game in the context, and the desire for economic growth and international trade become quite necessary, and the pursuit of innovation and technological advancement begin to create a space that creates a terrible scenario of predictability in business, and also building up an agenda for sustainable businesses across the globe. Now, additionally, environmental sustainability and social responsibility are increasingly important drivers. So these speak to safety, quality, and interoperability. They also speak to economic growth and trade, where there's a reduction of barriers and promoting fair competition, and also innovation and technological advancement in order to spur innovation by providing a common foundation for development, building upon existing technologies, and accelerating the adoption of new technologies. On the environmental sustainability side, we also observe challenges being addressed, such as climate change, by promoting energy efficiency and reducing emissions, while on the social responsibility side, we ensure fair labor practices, promote ethical sourcing of materials, and protect human rights in the global supply chains. Some examples of interest are the development of the 5G standards that has been driven by the need for a high-speed mobile connectivity and interoperability across devices and networks. The second one is the ISO standards for quality management and environmental management that are widely adopted to improve business performance and sustainability. The third is the International Electrotechnical Commission standards for electrical and electronic products, which ensure safety and interoperability in the global energy sector. The fourth is the development of private standards, often driven by retailers and consumer awareness, and this has led to stricter requirements, particularly in the food safety and working conditions industries. Now, in essence, standards development become a dynamic process which is driven by the interconnected needs of the globalized world, constantly evolving to address new challenges and opportunities. When I reflect in this perspective, I also begin to see that the primary driven needs of industry within an ISO framework are premised on the relationship between industry, government, and other stakeholders. And there is a need for consistency, reliability in order to produce safe products and practices. Now, these needs translate into a demand for standards that address market requirements, technological advancements, societal expectations, and environmental concerns. Now, within that list of frameworks, we begin to look at scenarios of interest. When we look at market needs and industry demand, we are considering addressing specific industry requirements. These could be the need for a common framework and a guideline. We also look at facilitating trade and market access. We also look at promoting innovation and competitiveness. Within the framework of technological advancement, we consider keeping pace with technological change. Hence, standards are always updated after a 4 to a 5 year cycle of use. And secondly, enabling interoperability and compatibility in the context of having a seamless integration, just as we advance from Industry 3.0 to 4.0 and from Industry 4.0 to 5.0. Now, thirdly, there is a contextual framework of societal expectations and consumer needs, and these become a critical need, particularly when we are looking at how standards are developed. So it is important to know that we always aim to protect consumer safety and well-being, and also to address social and ethical considerations. From the environmental front, there are issues of concerns and sustainability, hence the need to promote sustainable practices and also to address climate change and resource management. While from the government or the regulatory or the policy development side, there are issues on supporting government objectives, reducing regulatory burdens, and also other perspectives which could be of influence within the context of drivers. Now, when we look at other influences, there is emphasis on international cooperation and collaboration, which cascades from a global level, which utilizes a multi-stakeholder process and fosters international cooperation and consensus building. And we have seen this by the framework or the development of coherence and consistency, where we need to ensure that different systems and processes are coherent and consistent. They reduce confusion and promote efficiency. In essence, the development of ISO standards is a dynamic process driven by a complex interplay of market forces, technological advancements, societal expectations, and governmental needs. Now, when we look at the framework which we have built around from a local view to a continental view to a global view, we may want to begin to ask ourselves, if organizations have done so much, if organizations have done a lot of work, what is it then that they should be able to do when they intend to report all this work? So you realize that there are quite a number of stakeholders that have an interest on receiving reports of improvement or reports on sustainability perspectives. These could be regulators, these could be civil society and NGOs, this could be financiers, this could be investors, and this could be capital markets, or even the improvement or enhancement of a corporate strategy, and also contributions towards resource pricing and managing global crisis. So you realize that sustainability reporting is primarily driven by a combination of stakeholder expectations, and these play a critical role in the context of stakeholder expectations, regulatory requirements, and financial incentives, and other drivers of interest. Now, we are going to build again from a legal framework where we'll begin from a local level, going to a continental level, and to a global level. You realize in Zimbabwe, Statutory Instrument 48 of 2025, which is also known as the Carbon Trading Regulations, was introduced in May 2 of this year. And these regulations were meant to establish a comprehensive framework for carbon trading. and aligning with international standards and promoting sustainable practices. Now, the purpose was to create a legal framework for carbon trading in Zimbabwe and encourage the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions while fostering economic growth through sustainable practices. What could be the possible impact? The regulations are expected to attract investment in sustainable projects such as reforestation, renewable energy, and sustainable agriculture. On the other hand, they aim to incentivize local industries and communities in order to adopt sustainable practices. And thirdly, they promote transparency and environmental integrity. So the regulations foster trust among international buyers and also with local stakeholders. Now you realize that this SI 48 of 2025 was not new. It was actually coming in to repeal the SI 150 of 2023, which was a shift towards a more comprehensive and robust framework for carbon trading. Now, what are the key features that exist within the Zimbabwean context? There has been an establishment of the Zimbabwe Carbon Markets Authority, which is created to oversee carbon trading activities. There is also the National Carbon Registry, which is a national registry established to track carbon credits. There is also a mandatory registration where all participants in carbon trading are required to register. And there is a perspective of revenue sharing, where a new revenue sharing model is introduced to ensure fair distribution of benefits. And the fifth aspect is the alignment with global standards, where the regulations align with international agreements such as the Paris Agreement. And sixth, community participation, where the regulations emphasize community protection, participation in carbon trading projects. Now, when we look at the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange, we realize that from a financial perspective, a statutory instrument was also introduced in the year 2019, SI 134, and this was cited as Securities and Exchange Rules, which was within the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange listing requirements. Now, in Zimbabwe, sustainability reporting for listed companies became mandatory for financial years starting on or after January 1, 2024. And this requirement was announced by the Public Accountants and Auditors Board, the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange, and the Victoria Falls Stock Exchange, which was based on the SI 134 of 29, along with the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange Practice Notice, Practice Note 16, and Victoria Falls Stock Exchange Practice Note 2. What was the goal? The goal was to enhance transparency, accountability, and stakeholder communication regarding companies' sustainability-related impacts and initiatives. Now, this also addresses a key pertinent issue when we come to climate issues, the concept of greenwashing. Now, when we look at that, we then need to build around a systematic approach on how we come up with sustainability standards. First, organizations should not implement standards in an ad hoc manner. However, they should implement recognized international standards. And emphasis is that we have a wide range of standards that exist globally, and they can be used in a combination or individually. But their selection should be a strategic decision by the respective departments or the respective individuals within organizations in order to advance a case of presenting their businesses in good light. So some are guidance standards, whilst some are reporting standards. Now, when you look at a systematic approach, we also get to understand that standards development involve a structured and methodical process for creating, updating, and managing them. This ensures that standards are relevant, effective, and aligned with the needs of industry that they govern. It often includes identifying needs, defining goals, analyzing resources, developing strategies, and evaluating outcomes. Now, there are key elements that need to be observed when we are looking at them within that framework. When we look at needs assessment and goal setting, we also ask ourselves, have we identified it? Have we defined our objectives? When we look at resource analysis and planning, we then ask ourselves, have we observed the resources? Have we developed a work plan or a business plan? The third aspect is development and implementation, where we look at drafting and review, consensus building, testing and validation, and then lastly, adopting formally and publicizing this work. The fourth aspect is maintenance and evaluation, where there are regular reviews and updates, where there is also performance evaluation, and then feedback and continuous improvement. What are the benefits of a systematic approach? Normally, we observe that there is improved quality and consistency. We also observe there is increased efficiency and effectiveness, particularly in streamlining the process of standards development and implementation. Thirdly, there is enhanced stakeholder engagement. Fourth, better alignment with industry needs, which ensures that standards are relevant and adaptable to changing technologies and market needs. And fifth, reduced risk and improved outcomes. Now, these help to minimize errors, improve safety, and achieve desired results. Now, an example that I'm sharing there is one of a nuclear energy institute, which has adopted a systematic approach to training. And this is a process used to ensure that training programs are effective and meet the needs of the organization. So this includes steps like needs assessment, development of learning objectives, selection of training methods, and the evaluation of training effectiveness, demonstrating a systematic approach to a specific type of a standard. I list there a picture which shows some sustainability standards and frameworks. You may get to appreciate that there are some there. On my far right there's FASB, science-based targets. We also have impact assessment. We have the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. We have ISO 26000 and other that you could be aware of. Now, in that framework, I also want us
Reginald,
to
sorry, if I could just interrupt for a second. We're running short of time, so
it's all right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. How much time do I have?
Because we have to get to the Q&A, so maybe a few 2-3 minutes or so.
That's okay. That's fine. Let me follow through accordingly. So we'll reflect on sustainability standards and frameworks, and it is within this framework that we begin to look at key issues, which is a standard, a framework, and rankers and raters. Now you realize that these have a common framework, and some actually get to build and come up with a perspective of interest. So it is within this juxtaposition that there is a build-up in the context of adopting a certain standard and remaining relevant across board. Now, I'll take you through a few steps on sustainability reporting, which emphasizes that we focus on their use and also reduce any residual emissions. At the same time, I'm going to just give you a framework of these standards being universal, being sectoral, and also being topical. The key structure within these standards is the foundation perspective, the general disclosures, the material topics, the economic perspectives, the environmental aspects, and the management approach. Now, when we look at them, we remember the principles that we presented earlier on, and these are considered within a framework of similarities and differences. Now, as I close, I want us to take note of the concept of impact materiality. In this context, we refer to material which is of importance and relevance, which is an issue or topic to either an organization or its stakeholders or both. So issues, matters, and concerns which are of high significance are also of high materiality. So some sustainability issues are more material to other organizations than the others. Now, in my conclusion, I will then share this perspective of understanding the concept of double materiality in the sense that as you reflect in an organization on what is important, you also need to reflect on its impacts to the external environment. So the future of sustainability reporting is bright, with numerous opportunities for innovation and improvement. And through collaboration, innovation, and a commitment to excellence, the development of standards will continue to play a vital role in ensuring quality, safety, and sustainability across all sectors of the economy. Having said that, I raise my case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the presentation. Just due to time, we just have some time for a few questions. If you want to have your question, please send it in the chat box in the Q&A. Just for me, I just have maybe one question. In terms of financing, you had mentioned financing as a challenge or maybe a bottleneck to be able to move towards. What do you think you can use in terms of an approach to funding or some type of model which will work well for a circular economy and this net neutrality thing that we're looking at?
All right, thank you, Chair. I think a key fundamental is the presence of standards development fund by governments. Now you realize that from a national perspective and the regulatory dimension, contributions made by economies will differ from country to country. But we have seen that once private sector collaborates with government, we sort of begin to have institutes of interest. Instead of having a bureau of standards development and a regulator, we may also have an institute that focuses on promoting adoption and coming up with liaison communities. And these communities then have strategies of actually harnessing more resources. It may entail that as we are trading, for instance, in a product such as share barter, whatever is allowed to move between countries, a certain percentage is then muted to be submitted towards funding. So it may not just rely on the fiscus, but it may also begin to rely on activity and promotion of these goods and services in order to then have a reserve fund which can be ring-fenced in order for us to continue emphasizing and developing these standards. I think that is what I can share.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any. I see we can just have time for one more question then. So during the needs, this is a question for you. During the needs assessment phase, what tools or frameworks are best for identifying gaps in current industry standards?
All right, during a needs assessment basis, okay, my view is there are two fundamental issues once an organization or once individuals think of standards adoption and utilization. The first one is to look at the needs of the community or the needs of the organization. The second one is to also consider the drive. What is driving the organization? And most of the times it is a business case. So when you adopt standards, you create a platform for recognition, and this creates a network of standard adopters and implementers trading amongst themselves. Because you have adopted ISO 9001 or because you have adopted ISO 14001, I have trust and belief that the way you're generating your product is according to sustainability perspectives. So hence trading between those who adopt and those who implement becomes key. But if you do not, then I begin to question how is the process orientation in the context of productivity. Some organizations may do it so well, but perhaps there's modern slavery. Some organizations may do it so well, and perhaps there are ethical considerations. But once you are certified to become a standard implementer as an organization, you create the mutual trust to the whole of your network and value chain system. That makes business become easy and swift for you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. That's the final question. So thank you for joining. Thank you for the session, Dr. Reginald. It was well done. And if there are any other questions, maybe you can send in the chat. You can answer them later.
All right. Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you. So we'll be moving on to our next session, which will be session 8, which will be on governance, policy, and infrastructure. So the chair will be Dr. Stephanie Heredia. So if you can maybe start, and thank you everybody else for joining us. We hope you enjoyed the sessions in the morning, and we wish you the best, and hope the sessions again in the afternoon, wherever you are, go well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Benjamin. Hello. It's a pleasure to be here and join you in this session. I'm here to chair the 8th session of our Master's Conference for this year, which covers the government policy and infrastructure themes. And during the presentations, please share your questions in the chat. And just to remind you that every student has 15 minutes for each presentation, and followed by 5 minutes of answering the questions. Let's proceed to our first student, Irene.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Thank you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. My name is Irene Unene, and I'm going to present my report on factors affecting the attainment of Sustainable Development Goal 6, SDG 6, access to clean water, sanitation for all in Kenya, status, challenges, and the future solutions. On to my introduction. Kenya has achieved remarkable milestones in the access to safe water, community participation, and water quality monitoring compared to the global averages. But it has less achievement in the sanitation and wastewater management, as stated by Water Services and Irrigation Board report, Impact 17 for 2025. So Kenya's objectives in water supply and sanitations aligns with the pursuit of SDG 6. However, their realization is significantly constrained by the financial gaps, the lack of data integrity issues that this quantitative study seeks to investigate. Access to adequate clean water and sanitation to all is a fundamental right to Kenya's Constitution 2010, coupled with the Kenyan Vision 2030. This aligns with the Sustainable Development Goal 6, which focuses in ensuring clean water and sanitation for all by 2030. Section Paper No. 1 of 2021 for the National Water Policy states that Kenya had an annual replenishing rate of 452 meter cubic per capita of the renewable water resources availability in 2021, as compared to the replenishing rate of 618 meter cubic per capita in 2017, which is actually lower than 1,000 meter cubic per capita, and hence it's a water scarce country. The decreasing trend of the replenishing rate is due to the rapid increase in population, urbanization, climate change, contamination of water resources, and water services inefficiency, and also water degradation. In my research aim and objective, this research aimed to assess the factors affecting attainment of SDG 6 in the accessibility to clean water, sanitation to all in Kenya, its current status, challenges, and the future solutions. The main research objectives included to determine the status of the attainment of SDG, Sustainable Development Goal 6 in Kenya, to access the financial gaps in the water sector for the development of sustainable water infrastructures and services in the attainment of Sustainable Development Goal 6. And the last one was to determine the lack of data integrity by water services provider, which is vital for effective water resource and water services management. For the methodology in this research, an intensive quantitative research was conducted in diverse electronic database the government database, the international databases, for example, the CASNEP, and the UN, the United Nations sources, and the gray sources of the literature sources for the published, focusing on water crisis, the water scarcity, climate change, and the evaluation of SDG attainment in Kenya in those databases. The sequential structure included identifying the research question as stated, literature review for the relevant studies, and there was a study selection. There was a charting of the data and collating, summarizing, and reporting the results. For the results of objective 1, which is the current status of sustainable development goal key indicators in Kenya, according to Kenya UN SDG 6 status for 2025, the drinking water Kenya had achieved 67.9, which is a representation of the Kenyan population, of the population in Kenya that uses safely managed drinking water, and it is an indicator of 6.11 according to in 2022. In sanitation, Kenya, 31% of the population in Kenya uses the safely managed sanitation services, which is an SDG indicator 6.21A in 2022. In 2022 again, in hygiene, Kenya scored 38%, which is the Kenyan's population in Kenya that has hand wash facility with soap, water available at the home. In wastewater, Kenya scored 11% in 2022, which is an indication of the domestic water in Kenya that is safely treated. For water quality indicator, which is 6.32, 37% of monitored water bodies in Kenya has good ambient water. In terms of in the indicator of efficiency, which is 6.41 in 2021, 16 USD meter cubic is a value added for the use of water by people and the economy in Kenya. For the water stress, 33% of the renewable water resources in Kenya is being withdrawn after taking into account the environmental flow requirement according to the SDG 6.42 that was viewed in 2021. Water management, Kenya scores 62%, which is a degree of the implementation of integrated water resources management in Kenya, and it is an indicator 6.51, and this was reviewed in 2023. Transboundary, Kenya scores 36%, which is a representation of the transboundary basin area that has an operational arrangement for water cooperation, and this view was in 2023. Ecosystems, 23% of the water basins in Kenya is experiencing rapid change in the area of covering by the service water, which is a key indicator of 6.6.1, and this was at the review for 2020. In terms of cooperation, Kenya has received 261 million USD, which is the amount of water and sanitation related official development assistance received in Kenya in 2022. And this is an indicator of 6.A1. Participation, the percentage of the participation, this is always a representation of the number of subsectors out of 6 of the high level of participation by the communities in Kenya. And this is an indicator of SDG 6B.1 in 2021. For my objective results for objective 2, the total financial requirement for the water supply and sanitation goals and the various sources of financial sources to achieve the goals and financial attainment of SDG 6 by Kenya by 2030. And this is according to WASIP 2023. The WASIP means that the National Water and Sanitation Investment and Financial Plan. So according to this plan, and the results show that Kenya requires to achieve the 2021 and SDG 6 by 2030. There are screen projects that were submitted, and they require 882 billion Kenya shillings. By screen project, I mean that the project represents 70% of cost effectiveness, and it also represents the positive social and gender of 20% and climate resilience of 10%. Kenya also requires an additional capex to meet the water sanitation and supply and sanitation goals. It's 25 Kenyan billions, and it requires 89 billion for policy and programs reforms. And the amount of required for the National Water and Sanitation Investment and Financial Plan is 986. So Kenya has come up with the water sector in Kenya has come up with different modalities of achieving these 996 Kenya billions. And this is through the 529. 529 is going to be raised through the government allocation by public spending at the current rate. That means the amount of taxes revenues to be collected in both the national and the county levels. 313, Kenya expects it to achieve this through the private public participation borrowing, that is a PPPs. Water Act 2024 amendments gave room for public and private partnership for water projects. 82% that Kenya water sector wants to achieve it through the WO Services Board borrowing for the domestic commercial finances. And with this, we can clearly see that there is a market gap of 71 billion. So the result clearly indicates the water sector is facing a financial gap of 71 billion to achieve the water and sanitation sustainable goals, to ensure that there's an access to clean water services to all in an equitable and affordable manner. And these, you can clearly see that the traditional approaches, such as the private sector efforts, do the collection of the revenue at the county and the national levels, and the government budget allocation have proven to be inadequate to express the prevailing market gap related to water resilience and sustainable water infrastructure financing and the government risk. For the results for objective number 3, the water services provider, they always submit their data to Water Services Regulation Board, and this was according to the Impact Report 2025. And specifically, I'll target on the results that were presented in 2022, year 2022 and 2023, and a major focus in 2023 and 2024. So for the results on year 2022 and 2023, 88 public and 4 private water service providers submitted their data to Water Services Regulation Board, and hence there was a 98 compliance with the reporting, an indication of consistency reporting by the water institutions, which affects the SDG monitoring and reporting, which are relevant for decision making. In the year 23-24, there was an improvement. 91 public and 4 private water services providers submitted their data, registering 100% compliance with the reporting. In my conclusion, Kenya has indeed made remarkable milestones in the attainment of Service Development Goal 6. However, the finance gap that the water sector is faced with, Kenya is not alone, that there are still other countries, and especially on the development countries, which still face the same. And therefore, Kenya should explore in different financial modalities and innovative financing in order to achieve the equitable access of safe water and sanitation to all. Data collection and analysis for accurate tracking and reporting from water institution framework, such as the Water Services Provider, and on the SDG indicators is achieved by fostering cooperation between the stakeholders in generation, analysis, and the circulation of data. And what are the recommendations from this? Kenya should tap in the innovative funding, such as concessional lending, such as climate financing, capital mobilization from private sector, blended financing, green bonds pipeline from the capital market, such as the blue bond, pensionable finance investment, and private initiated project for water investments that are capital intensive to achieve the SDG 6 by 2030. Water sector should optimize financing modalities such as concessional financing, private public partnership, just as it is been approved by the Water Act 2024 amendment, commercial financing, national and county revenues, and donor grants. What are the other recommendation is water sector institutional framework should foster and adapt innovative data management, such as MAGI tool and WASREB integrated management information system, to reinforce the consistency and the accuracy of the data reporting and monitoring, which is paramount for key decision making. And this one mostly affects the Water Services Board, the water services provider in the WASREBs. The water services providers to maintain a consistent data submission to the WASREB by enhancing smart data management practices and embracing digital tools such as Sanitracker digital system, which is ultimately in upgrading the water and sanitation data integrity significance for SDG key indicators in reporting and monitoring. Just to reinforce that Magi data, it's a database for water sector that entails the updating, including the information on the water services and sanitation services for water services board and counties performance maps. Where the WASREB means it is mostly to upgrade the monthly bills and the technical data that is required for all WSP and that is required by the national government. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Irene. That was a very interesting presentation, and the results you presented were very interesting as well. It's a massive jump between the results you presented from 2022 to 2025. I just wanted to ask you, so by 2030, what are the targets that are aimed to be achieved in terms of those percentages that you presented?
In 2030, the government of Kenya, in terms of the financial for the finances, Kenya intends to achieve the set goals for ensuring that there is water supply and sanitation to all. And for us to achieve that, we have realized that there is a gap, and this gap always it is going to be an impediment to the achievement of the investment in the water infrastructures that are climate resilient. And hence, Kenya is supposed now to get into other financial modality so that they can fill that gap and ensure by 2030 that every citizen in Kenya has access to safe water and sanitation services. And this, again, it's in a broader perspective of that is going to ensure that there is the bulk water supply projects that are going to be financed by this public-private partnership. There's going to be water storage to ensure that water is being stored in larger capacity, such as in the dams, to ensure that there's full supply during the drought and even during the drought season. And also, this is to ensure that the policy, all the reforms that are needed to be put into place, all of them are being effected. So these policies is to ensure that it's good governance of water, the good governance in the water institutions, and ensuring that the policy and legal frameworks are being implemented. In fact, when it comes now to the data, Kenya needs to reinforce and ensure that there is 100 compliance on submission of data, especially on the WSP, the water services provided at the county levels. When they give the accurate data, it is going to help the water sector and all the water institutions, and especially the national government, in making key decisions. And as I have noted, there are some samples like Magi data, which is a database that needs to be implemented in all levels, both at the national level and the county level. And also we have the WIMS and the Sanitracker. All these should actually be implemented in all the counties so that we ensure that the data that is being collected from the grassroots, and especially the one is being collected from the underdeserved and the marginal areas, they are actually accurate, and they are actually accurate and consistent for the proper reporting and monitoring of the key indicators of SDG. And it is going to help Kenya as an overall to make very key decisions. If there are areas that Kenya needs to fast track their goals, then this is the data that is going to help them to do that. And how can this be achieved? That there needs to be capacity building at the grassroots. And again, they are going to be the technical assistance, and this mostly comes from the developer partners, and it also comes from the private sector who come along there and they increase the capacity development in terms of the digital transformation, and they assist the water services provider in their technical assistance in how they're going to manage the projects and run through to achieve these goals.
Thank you. Very good answer. We have another answer. Question. Did your research cover sustainable renewable energy, as about 80% of Kenya's energy comes from hydroelectric sources?
I didn't intensively cover that, but then again, when it comes now to the implementation of the legal and policy framework, there is an aspect of protecting the renewable resources such as the groundwater. You are going to agree with me that if you're going to do much of the drilling of the boreholes and you don't monitor the usage in these aquifers, there are chances that you're going to lose. There are chances that these water aquifers are going to be exhausted, and we might not achieve this. So, and then again, we clearly know that water, and especially the water that is collected in bulk water storage like the dams, it is used for the generation of hydropower. So again, we still have the aspect of the Kenya billions of 89. And this is why it's now the issue of renewable energy generation, the hydropower. This is a component that is going to now to cater for that aspect. In as much as now we are storing water in large quantities for hydropower, there is the element that needs to consider the environmental flow. So all those policies and programs, those reforms that need to be there in the water sector are actually covered in the policy and programs reforms that the NOASIP is targeting to achieve by 2030.
Thank you very much. And our last question is, are there any programs, interventions currently in place where local communities participate in water or sanitation management?
Yes, they are. For example, we have the WASH, the water and sanitation hygiene programs that mostly run in the underserved and the marginal areas. And these programs, they mostly go do some trainings to the communities in the marginal areas and those living in the slums where they are underserved. And they are actually enlightened through community engagement. And this is mostly through the water engineers, the experts in the water sector, the health officials, and they go to the grassroots and they teach the community the essence of managing the water that they have, different sanitation methodology. Like whenever it's not, they enlighten the community the challenges of drilling wells near the wells where they get their drinking water. And then they always encourage the community to have to drill the improved pit latrines. And also they always encourage the communities in managing the water resources in an effective way. And also they also encourage the people, for example, the underdeserved people like the women and the children and also the disabled people. They give them, they finance their small projects such as the water kiosk, and these water kiosks are managed effectively to ensure that there is a supply of water in all the seasons. So yes, there are programs that they all serve in the grassroots level and even at the county level, all to the national level, where the community is actively involved. And moreover, the WIMS software that I'm talking about for the Integrated Management Information System, it was piloted mostly in Isiolo County and Turkana County. And these two counties are counties that are adversely affected by water scarcity. So yes, the government of Kenya are also involving the community. And you clearly know that water is a social component, which is supposed to be affordable, equitable, and accessible to everyone.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Yeah.
If we can have a couple of questions, there's another question. We can answer that and then complete the presentation.
Okay.
What is your recommendation to the Kenyan Ministry of Health that despite that projected water deficit, waterborne disease are not prevalent?
When it comes to specifically, you have said which government? Please pardon the question. Sorry.
Sorry. The Kenyan Ministry of Health.
Health. Oh, sorry. I thought I had it different. Yeah, this is very paramount when it comes to the Ministry of Health. And one of the components that that can actually hinder the access of equitable safe water and sanitation to all, it is the issue of environmental degradation and the risk of public health. So this one mostly comes in when there's a lot of contamination. And also, this can also groundwater can be contaminated if the pit latrines are actually dug close to the wells. So the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Health here, they need to come in and work operatively with the Ministry of Water. In that yes, the Ministry of Health can actually enlighten the people the dangers and the diseases that can come as a result of as a result of contaminated water. And at the same time, with the collaboration with the Ministry of Water, it's to ensure that we don't have contaminants that are close to the water bodies or the discharge of semi-treated water or wastewater being thrown to the water bodies that are used for domestic use. In the same way, they need to enforce the programs that are supposed to enlighten them that the adverse effects of having contaminants and the effects of contaminants on the public health as general.
Thank you very much. Thank you for a very good presentation.
Thank you.
We can proceed to our next student now. Philemon.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Let me share my presentation.
Thank you.
Hello. I think something went wrong here.
Do you have your presentation saved at your computer?
Let me check it from my computer.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if you have it, if you can share it.
I will share the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you stop sharing your screen, please?
I have stopped.
Can you see your presentation?
It's not yet.
Now, can you see your presentation on the screen?
On the screen, nothing at the moment.
Stephanie, can you see my presentation?
Right, I can see it right now.
Okay.
Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Philemon Gundani from Zimbabwe. I'm presenting my presentation, which was part of my Master's in Construction and Engineering Management under the University of East London. Can we move to the next slide? The overview of my presentation will look into introduction, aims, objectives, methodology, results, and also the conclusion. Starting with the introduction, before I go on to the introduction, the main title of the research was evaluating the Gwayi-Shangani Dam's role in mitigating water scarcity in Bulawayo's metropolitan province. So the introduction goes like this. Bulawayo metropolitan province is for many decades being plagued by severe water shortages. This crisis has eroded the industry and also the economic base, causing the industries to close and also increased unemployment in Bulawayo. And Bulawayo is the second largest city in Zimbabwe. So the issue of water scarcity was largely contributed by lack of infrastructure upgrades, rapid urbanization, ineffective government, which contributed to poor service provision. Then the government of Zimbabwe and also the stakeholders then thought of constructing Gwayi-Shangani Dam to bridge the issue of water scarcity in Bulawayo, and they are looking forward to see the dam as the beacon of hope in alleviating water scarcity. So the study is about evaluating the Gwayi-Shangani's role in mitigating the water scarcity in Bulawayo's metropolitan province. Then we go on to look on the aims and objective of the study. As alluded, the aim is to evaluate the potential of the Gwayi-Shangani Dam in alleviating the water shortages in Bulawayo metropolitan province in Zimbabwe. Then the objectives are just because we need to alleviate, to see the evaluation of the potential of Gwayi-Shangani. I came up with the 4 objectives. The first one being to determine the current water supply, demand, and projection for the Bulawayo metropolitan. Then also to assess the current water scarcity challenges, the many challenges, and also to identify the key factors contributing to the water shortages. Then the next objective is to quantify the potential increase from the newly constructed Gwayi-Shangani Dam, and also to evaluate its effectiveness in alleviating water scarcity in Bulawayo. Then lastly, to identify the effective strategies for integrating the dam into the city's water supply system, because there is a system which is there. On doing so, I thought of coming up with the methodology. On the methodology, the study is based on secondary research, which is a tried and tested method, just because the study employed a mixed methods approach, combining the quantitative and the qualitative method to enhance the validity and reliability of the study. just because we are evaluating the dam's potential. So quantitative and the qualitative method are going to be used. On the table there, we can see the research design being the mixed method approach, and also the research philosophy being the positivism and the interpretivism. Then data analysis being the descriptive and also the qualitative. On data collection, since it is a secondary research data, I used the peer-reviewed journals and articles, and on data integration, triangulation was used. Then the study area was mainly the Bulawayo metropolitan, and the study period was for 24 years, the past 24 years. We can move. Then on the results, from the results, we can see that we have got some sources, just because I was using secondary data, and the sources are indicated there, where we use the sources from the Ministry of Water Development, Bulawayo City Council, ZINWA, Zimbabwe National Water Authority, then other articles from Mukandla. Then from the graph there, we can see that from the chart, the total dam yields stretched from 132,000 to 174,794 from these different sources. Then we also have the source where it is indicated in Nyamandlovu Aquifer. This is the groundwater which is being supplied at Bulawayo. And the groundwater, we have some average of 19,000. So we, on that one, I used on the dam yields and also on the groundwater, I used the mean, median, and also the mean average to get the total yield. And the total yield, according to the mean and the median, is 186,400 cubic meters per day, which is being supplied to Bulawayo metropolitan. We can proceed to the next slide. Then on the result, there are quantitative results and also qualitative results. On the quantitative result, on the first there, we have the current figures for the current demand and also the current supply, where the demand is far less than the demand is far more than the supply. The demand is 230,847 cubic meters, and the supply is at 186,400. Then on the projections for 2025, the projections showed that with the coming in of Gwaishangani, the demand will be at 255,203. Then the supply side will be 210,400 cubic meters. Then the projection up to 2052 figures, the demand will be at 500,000 cubic meters and the supply will be at 530,400 cubic meters. Next slide. Then continuing with the result on the quantitative, we can see that the net supply from Gwaishangani Dam to Bulawayo metropolitan is going to be 344,000 cubic meters. This is going to be phased in two phases. The first phase coming in 2025, 124,000 cubic meters. Then the second phase of 220,000 coming in 2036. So the total being 344,000. Then on the quantitative results, the storage facility for Bulawayo was 408,400. The treatment capacity currently is at 263,000, which is the median figure which I talked about. Then the treatment capacity deficiency, just because the projected, we have got 530,400 cubic meters, which we projected, then less the current, which is 263,000 cubic meters per day. We have got a treatment capacity deficiency of 267,000 cubic meters. And also I checked on the storage facility deficiency, whereby we are supposed to use the 2-day storage facility. Then the current demand is at 847 cubic meters. So subtracting the current storage facility of 408,400, there is a deficiency of 53,294. Considering the current daily demands, then the storage capacity versus the demand ratio is at 1.77 instead of 2, which is the 2-day storage. We can proceed to the next. Then I checked on the causes of the water scarcity in Bulawayo, and I found out that there was a lack of infrastructure upgrade. There is population growth, there is urbanization and mismanagement. People are coming from rural areas to Bulawayo. That's why there is population growth. Then for the past years, within 24 years, there is no infrastructure upgrade. Then the effects of water scarcity. The first issue was the issue of conflicts. There are so many conflicts which are happening at the few water points, sexual harassments, especially on women and ladies, then compromised health and deteriorated sanitation and education. People are forced to go and fetch water first before they can go to school. So this is compromising the education, then closure of industries. Then the mitigations which they tried to do, there is water rationing, which goes up to 72 hours. Then also water recycling, then the break-in systems, and also the issue of flushing at one go. Then Gwaishangani Dam commitments. There are so many commitments within this Gwaishangani Dam, which includes irrigation, power generation, and also there are other two, Dete and Kamativ. These are also towns close by to the dam. We can proceed. Then coming on to the conclusions, the first conclusion is that the Gwaishangani Dam currently, just because we are going to get the 344,000 cubic meters from it, can alleviate water scarcity in Bulawayo up to 2052. Then the water supply from the surface and groundwater sources are from dams and also boreholes, which are the Nyamandlovu aquifer. Then the demand of 230 cubic meters of 847 was a suppressed consumption, just because they incorporated rationing and restriction in coming up with that demand. Then the Gwaishangani Dam's other commitments were not detailed, so that I can see if the dam can manage to supply the city of Bulawayo and also the other commitments. And also the aquifer, which is there, has got a capacity of recharging of 101.96 cubic meters per day. So there is an opportunity for an additional supply from these underground sources. We can proceed to the next. Then there was the issue of study limitations, just because it was based on secondary data. Reliance on only secondary data limited the study depth, the accuracy, and the reliability of the findings. Lack of control data was already integrated. Outdated sources relied on old studies that might not reflect the current situations. Then also the data quality, inconsistency of figures, and sampling biases from the sources which are used. Then the future research infrastructure adequacy, considering the increased supply from Gwaishangani, and also research innovative technologies such as the smart grids to improve water management. Then next, we go on to the recommendations. The first recommendation is to increase the treatment capacity to accommodate the coming in volumes from Guaishangani, and also to upgrade the storage facilities to meet the 2-day storage facilities. Then to employ the water energy nexus theory and the integrated water resources management theory to alleviate water scarcity effectively. We can have more water coming, but if we don't have power at the end of the day, we cannot mitigate the water shortage. Then further research to determine the unsuppressed water demands for Bulawayo, just because the figures which were on the sources were suppressed. Next page. Then on the study contribution, the first one was the practical contribution, whereby there is an improved water supply, research information, and it also bridges the knowledge gap. The next one is theoretical contribution, where it contributes to the body of knowledge and future research direction, whereby we highlighted the shortfalls within the Bulawayo system. Then the next one is the policy contribution, whereby evidence-based policy making and recommendation for the policy improvement can be done from this study. Then water security, understanding the dam's potential ensures a reliable water supply to Bulawayo. Then economic benefits, the adequate water fosters economic development. Then lastly, water management will improve water management practices in Bulawayo. Next page. Thank you. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. That was a very good presentation. Thank you. Let's see. Let's start with my questions. So it's very interesting that you highlighted the importance of building such a large-scale infrastructure. And based on the projected results you presented, the water supply will be significantly increased to cover all demand. Have you identified any other areas that you want to highlight to us that they're going to benefit from this?
Okay. From the increase in volume from the dam to the Bulawayo metropolitan, there are areas which I identified where they are going to benefit. The first area is the industry, where most of the industries have closed because of shortage of water. So they are going to benefit because more industries in Bulawayo are using water. So they are going to reopen and they are going to benefit. Then secondly, they are also the SMEs within Bulawayo. Currently, due to sanitation issues, they are being forced not to do business within the town. So they are going to reopen and do the business within town. Then thirdly, the school people are going to benefit just because currently they are being forced to go fetch water first before they go to school. So there's not going to be compromising on education. So they are going to benefit. And lastly, women and girls are also going to benefit just because of the issues which I talked about of harassment. They are not going to be harassed because plenty of water means that water will be at their doorsteps. Thank you.
Apologize, I was on mute. So let's proceed to the questions from the chat. So was all the objectives of the study met despite all the limitations that you covered?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. So all the objectives that you presented at the beginning of your study were all met, in your opinion, regardless of the limitations that you faced during your research?
Thank you so much on that one. Yes, most of the objectives which I mentioned were met just because from the information which I used, even if I was depending on secondary data, I managed to get the current water supply which is being supplied and also the demand. And also I managed to get the projections for the next years up to 2052. Then also the challenges which emanated from water scarcity, I managed to identify those ones, and also the key factors which contributed to that, I managed to identify those ones. So irregardless of the limitations of secondary data, I managed to get more information which responded or answered my objectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed to another question. So during your study, did you come across other ways to mitigate water shortages, considering that demand will be high, continuously high with the growing population?
Yes, I managed to find some strategies on that one. The first strategy was the strategy of water resources management. Here in Zimbabwe, water is mainly managed by Zimbabwe National Water Authority, and also city councils, councillors manage their water within their jurisdiction. However, on this first one of water management, the key issue is the strategy is to be a commission to run the system within Bulawayo, so that there is no interference from politicians and also councillors, just because without interference there is going to be equitable water distribution within Bulawayo. Then secondly, the issue of metering. The metering whereby we can use prepaid water meters so that we limit the water usage, just because on prepayment, the client will only use the water after paying for the water. So normally where there is prepayment, usually they don't misuse water. So this is another strategy which is going to help. And also to use the water demand management systems within various departments or areas within Bulawayo, looking like industries, maybe domestic, there is high density, low density, so that at each and every time water is directed accordingly, and usually avoiding the supply of water where there is maybe high demand at one time. So this is the areas which I identified.
Thank you. So in your opinion, based on your study, do you believe that the project estimated to be completed on time? And if not, what factors have you identified that they are affecting it?
Can you repeat your question? I didn't get the first part.
Of course. So if do you believe that the project will be completed on time based on what you found, or are there any constraints that delay in it?
Oh, thank you so much on that question. The project, according to the project timeline, is supposed to be completed this year, 2025, December. According to the percentages, current percentages, the project is at 89%. There is a slight delay on the project. So it is not going to be 100% complete by December. But the new projection now, they are saying in January, it will be completed, the project. There are some constraints. The first constraint is the funding. The release of funds are from the ministry, because the project is being funded by the ministry. So there was a delay in release of funds, but the funds have been released now. So the contractors are now working flat out to complete it in January. And also there is another constraint of rains. Usually in Zimbabwe, our rains starts in November. So they are going to have the delay just because of the rains. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's proceed to our final question from our panel. Considering the variability in the figures of supply and demand and the broad time frame of the studies considered, you mentioned 24 years. Have you thought of disaggregating the data into decades?
Yes, the project looked at 24 years. On the 24-year period, the periods were put in categories to find out on which period actually were severe water shortages. And the first 2 periods, or the first 10 years, was more severe in terms of the water shortage because of the droughts which was experienced within the country. Then it was better on the next 5 years. Then the previous 10 years, it is now going worse just because of the issue of urbanization, and also the issue of population growth. It is now growing. So the issue of supply and demand, which I looked up to 2052, as long as this project is complete in January, there is going to be a bridging gap whereby everyone will be able to access the water, so that all the hindrances can be dealt with of water shortages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have more questions, but we run out of time. So if you can please reply to the unanswered questions in the chat, please. Thank you so much for your time. We can proceed now to our next student, Neil.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Neil Moyen. I'm from South Sudan. I hope I'm audible.
Sorry to interrupt. Is it possible to make it full screen, please? It would be easier to see. That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Neil Moyen from South Sudan. I'm going to present my project from a School of Computer Science, the University of East London. So my project based on the influence of data-driven decision-making in South Sudan. So I want to look into data issues that will be able to come up with a decision that are affecting the people of South Sudan in disaster making. So the introduction part has been summarized, like the disaster, whether coming from nature or caused by the people, can endanger lives, buildings, and national stability. South Sudan is the most fragile country that is usually affected by the nature, that is flooding. Also,
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming back for the remaining of our session. We can proceed to our next presentation. George, do you want to share your screen, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Okay, can you confirm you can see my screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm George Gadesha, based in Portugal, and this is my presentation for my master's in computer science with Unicaf under the University of East London. The title of my presentation is Optimizing Blockchain Node Performance and Security in Hybrid Cloud and Bare Metal Environments. A bit of the introduction. Blockchain infrastructure is the fundamental layer for decentralized networks. By saying blockchain infrastructure, this encompasses all networks. Most people just know about Bitcoin and Ethereum, and those are like cryptocurrencies, not the blockchain itself. So the backbone of all those is a blockchain infrastructure. It's a demanding, highly available, secure, and performant environments for deploying nodes and their maintenance. Blockchain networks are like one of the most computationally intensive applications globally compared to the likes of artificial intelligence, scientific research. While some of the blockchain networks, example, Ethereum, have adopted like a consensus mechanism known as proof of stake to reduce on the requirements needed for running blockchain nodes. Others like Bitcoin still use the proof of work, which are very intensive, and even networks like Ethereum that have the new consensus mechanism, the requirements for running those nodes are quite huge compared to traditional applications. Because of the high system requirements, running blockchain nodes is cost intensive and requires careful planning and execution. Research problem. Node operators, which are the people who run these nodes, face escalating challenges related to scalability, operational costs, and infrastructure resilience, with choices being between cloud platforms, example AWS, GCP, Azure, and bare metal servers, either self-hosted or leased. Existing research largely overlooks a holistic evaluation of factors influencing blockchain and deployments, lacking comprehensive studies that systematically assess performance, security, and costs across different infrastructure choices over time. Current studies tend to focus on individual aspects like ease of use, setup, performance, and security in isolation, leaving a significant gap in understanding how to optimize these deployments without prohibitively high research costs. There's a critical need for informed decision making for anyone who wants to get into this field, and that's why this is what this research aims to help with. Aims and objectives. To bridge the identified gaps by providing a cost-effective yet comprehensive analysis of blockchain node performance and security within hybrid, cloud, and bare metal environments. And the specific ones need to analyze blockchain node performance. These are some metrics like latency, storage efficiency, computational demand by using publicly available data, official documentations, and running real-world tests. Assess the security risks inherent in both cloud and bare metal deployments. Then develop a hybrid model that effectively integrates cloud and bare metal components, optimizing for a balance of cost, performance, and security. Deliver practical recommendations for independent node operators, blockchain validators, and infrastructure teams, facilitating in informed decision-making for sustainable, performant, and secure setups. The methodology for this research is primarily quantitative, relying on experimental data, existing public data, and documented cases. I'll use data from like blockchain explorers, GitHub repositories, leaderboards for the different blockchains. For some cases, there's a limited experimentation where nodes will be deployed in cloud, in this case AWS and OVH, to just validate any information gotten from public sources. There's also security incident analysis, review of documented incidents like DDoS attacks, RPC breaches, and outages. Then cost analysis using historical data, analysis of cloud provider pricing, energy consumption trends, and hardware amortization. Real-world experiences and industry forums, insights from blockchain infrastructure providers, Ethereum DevOps forums, Reddit communities, which is very good for blockchain enthusiasts, and the research of my own 4 years of professional experience as I work in this field. Data analysis will be comparative analysis, evaluating deployment models, cloud versus bare metal versus hybrid, against metrics such as node synchronization times, transaction latency, storage efficiency, computational demand, and security risks. Trend identification, analyzing long-term trends in infrastructure costs, energy consumption, and performance. Cost modeling, develop a conceptual cost model integrating hardware amortization, energy consumption, and cloud service fees. Qualitative synthesis of experts' insights, systematically reviewing and synthesizing information from industry forums and real-world experiences to provide context and validate findings. Some of the tools I used for my research, like for collecting metrics, I use Prometheus. For visualizing the metrics to be able to understand them, Grafana, Node Exporter to get metrics about the servers themselves, the performance of the example, CPU, disk usage, IOPS, and then a very good framework for rapidly deploying these blockchains using Docker. The results from my research were as follows. Centralization in hosting services. I identified that 42.82% of Ethereum clients exist in cloud in hosting services. These are both cloud and bare metal, where owners lack full control of the underlying infrastructure, indicating significant centralization by providers. network-wide downtimes, demonstrated by example in Fura outage in 2020, where the resilience of the whole network caused significant disruptions to major apps like MetaMask, Uniswap for hours. And recently, last month, a downtime in AWS, which caused a lot of issues for not just blockchain, but even other providers or other software that are used globally. Then 51% attacks. There's DDoS attacks, physical security of the servers, which is very important because those servers contain private keys, and whoever controls those keys has access to the funds. And backup and recovery, where cloud providers offer automated, redundant, and offsite backups, which are challenging to implement properly for small-scale organizations or individuals. From my analysis, an example, an Ethereum client consists of a consensus client and an execution client. The sync times vary a lot depending on the type of client that is used. So for fair comparison, same clients are used for both cloud and bare metal. The performance observed was an example Geth execution client. Sync times takes up approximately 5 hours on bare metal versus 15 hours on cloud for a similarly spec'd machine. IOPS consistency, consistent NVMe performance on bare metal. In cloud, you required at least pre-provisioned IOPS on standard DBS for fast sync. Then sync attestation setup in bare metal took approximately 6 to 8 hours and 1 day on cloud. Experimental setup to validate these results, I deployed 2 nodes in bare metal and cloud and identified that 95% of requests were in the range of 400 to 500 milliseconds and 100 percentile to at around 800 milliseconds in bare metal. In cloud, I identified that 80th percentile above 500 milliseconds with 100th percentile spikes between 2.5 and 3 seconds. These are like one of the graphs showing that the difference in metrics observed for cloud and bare metal. Implications. So in cloud, identified that for a similarly spec'd Ethereum node can cost an example EC2 i3 2x large can cost around $230 per month, and also cloud charges on egress and ingress data at around $0.09 per GB. So overall cost was around $400 per month. Bare metal implications identified that there's higher initial capital expenditure for hardware, but the costs are reduced over time, so lower operational costs. And studies and community experiences show bare metal hosting can deliver comparable performance at significantly reduced costs. Also, in some of the articles mentioned that running in bare metal can increase profitability about up to $184 per month compared to cloud. So the recommendations that from the whole research is that in blockchain has many parts, and some parts like full nodes, which are very intensive. The best thing is they can leverage bare metal environments for potentially faster synchronization times and lower long-term costs. The same with archive nodes that require extreme storage and I/O demands, making bare metal the preferred choice for its full hardware access and predictable performance. On the other hand, other components like validator nodes, an example software tools like Vouch or Dark are suited to run on cloud environments so that they can benefit from enhanced security, lower latency, and integration with other cloud services. The RPCs, which these validator nodes connect to, and supporting software components can run on bare metal to benefit from consistent performance, deterministic costs, and direct control of the node operators. These are some things that were identified as future work and contributions. In order to support decentralization, like I said, above 42% of the nodes were in hosted environments. So in order to support decentralization, the enthusiasts can directly run their own nodes on their own hardware. An example is Ethereum transition from proof of stake, a proof of work mechanisms to the new proof of stake, drastically reduced hardware and energy requirements, making running Ethereum nodes more accessible to devices like Intel NUCs are available options for home staking. So people can run them at home and increase on decentralization. Then community engagement will foster collaborative environment for network optimizations. Expanded protocol analysis, there are very many different consensus mechanisms. So this research identified on proof of stake and proof of work. There are others and that needs to be researched on for better hardware and deployment instructions. In conclusion, optimizing blockchain node infrastructure requires a strategic hybrid deployment framework that leverages the predictable performance and control of bare metal for core, resource-intensive components, and scalability and resilience of cloud for supportive services and validators. This approach effectively balances performance, security, and cost efficiency while actively contributing to network decentralization. Informed decision-making combined with automation and commitment to client diversity is paramount for the sustainability and resilience of the blockchain ecosystem. And these are some of the references I had while doing this research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation. So we can start with some questions. So based on your study, what problems do you think might happen if blockchain nodes depend too much on cloud services?
Thank you for the question. So depending too much on cloud services brings a lot of risks. First of them is decentralization and centralization. And this defeats the whole purpose of blockchains, which is supposed to be decentralized. The other thing is in case of downtime, like the recent one that happened in October 20th for AWS, or even yesterday, something happened for Cloudflare. It can bring down the whole network and defeat the whole purpose of moving from traditional applications to blockchains.
Very good. Thank you very much. I have another question. So, do you think hybrid deployments will become the standard approach for most blockchain networks? And if you do, why or why not?
I strongly believe that will be the case. It just needs a lot of information put across different channels for people to see the node operators, because there's a lot of advantages to all sides, cloud and bare metal. So having a hybrid model that takes advantage of each side helps a lot. So for example, full nodes can run in bare metal. That's local machines, and validators can run in hybrid in cloud. So the whole process becomes hybrid. So it's the future.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, George, for your presentation and for answering all the questions. Just to remind the audience that you can still share questions in the chat that can be answered later on. Thank you very much. We can proceed to the next student. Anna-Lena, do you want to take over and present your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you.
Very
Thank you so much. I think I can go ahead. Okay, let me share my screen.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, is my screen visible?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, distinguished panel, colleagues, and fellow researchers. My name is Anna-Lena Mpape from Botswana, and today I am presenting my research titled Enhancing Cybersecurity in the Healthcare Sector, a framework for protecting electronic health records, EHR, in Botswana and South Africa. My presentation layout will be like this: introduction, problem statement, aims and objectives, methodology, findings, results, contribution, and conclusion. Well, introduction. Healthcare is increasingly digitized with the growing adoption of electronic health records, that is EHR. And the digital transformation of healthcare brought remarkable improvements in efficiency and patient care. While the EHRs, or the electronic health records, mobile health application, telemedicine platforms, use of drones and wearable devices, among others, have now become essential tools in modern healthcare services. And all these services, they help in making the services to be reliable, most efficient in providing the healthcare that is needed. However, this progress also introduced critical cyber security risk in electronic personal health information. And while in Africa, most Africans are undergoing rapid digitizing of electronic health records. And it has become an essential tool for improving the patient care. And like I said here, the adoption of the services, or the digitization, also pose cybersecurity threats ranging from ransom attacks, insider breaches. So this paper take a look at future cybersecurity protection for healthcare environments that will maintain resilient cybersecurity in electronic health records. Well, problem statement. Healthcare data is particularly sensitive and mostly confidential. I believe you will agree with me that all the healthcare records, they are very confidential to patients, and there is no patient who would like his or her records to be accessed by any other person except him or her and the doctors. Now, the electronic health records contain sensitive patient data making them very attractive to cyber criminals. And the cyber criminal targets these because of their sensitivity. Well, in Botswana and South Africa, digital health adoption is increasing, but security frameworks to protect these are not fully developed. Literature from Segon Omusei in 2025 also stresses the same. And in Botswana and South Africa in particular, hospitals increasingly rely on these electronic health records to provide the services. But yet, many of these institutions from these countries still lack mature cybersecurity architect, and as well as incident response capabilities. So there is a gap between adoption and effective implementation of the protection mechanism. So this gap exposes patient data to confidentiality, integrity, and availability risks that can lead to financial loss, operational disruption, or loss of patient trust or even public trust. Now I'll move to aims and objectives of this study. The research paper aimed to develop a customized cybersecurity framework for protecting these HR. Objectives. The objectives are to examine the current cybersecurity landscape in the health sector, how the health sector is doing in terms of cybersecurity. I will also identify common threats and key vulnerabilities in electronic health record systems. I will also evaluate the existing cybersecurity measures and identify the gaps. The other objective is to propose an effective strategy for enhancing cybersecurity. And I will propose a practical framework to enhance electronic health record security. You will find out that most of the organization, or whether it's hospital or health facilities, they tend to find that in order to implement cybersecurity, it is costly to them. So most of them, they lack protection for their systems or their records because of the expensive tools that are currently available in the market. But by so doing, by coming up with the proposed practical framework, it will be a tool that is very simple, cost-effective, that can be used by everyone. Methodology. The mixed method approach will be applied here in my paper, and the research design is in such a way that mixed method with case studies due to the complexity of cybersecurity challenges will be applied. And data will be collected using triangulation, that is semi-structured interviews. Also do the literature reviews and analysis of recent cyber incidents, like the case studies. Qualitative. The semi-structured interviews with healthcare staff and IT professionals will be carried out. Also do document and policy analysis for different health sectors or facilities. Then in terms of quantitative methodology, we'll carry out surveying, measuring awareness, that is how many people are aware of cybersecurity or protection, how many people are trained, how many people do have experience in cybersecurity. and as well as the case studies, particularly from South Africa. Preliminary findings from literature review and case studies. I've already done a desktop study for this research paper. And literature shows that EHR improve quality of care, but implementation lacks adequate security controls. And the same sentiments are stressed by Akinyele and Olameji in their paper in 2023. World Health Organization in 2021 paper also says policy enforcement and staff training remain limited. Case studies from South Africa highlight recent incidents where weak controls led to breaches. Also, recent incidents demonstrate growing risk in healthcare cybersecurity. Now, the expected results of this paper, the study will generate both quantitative insights as well as quantitative evidence. And the anticipated findings include common vulnerabilities in EHR implementation. That is, those who have already implemented, what are the common vulnerabilities? Capacity and policy gaps in cybersecurity governance. Staff attitudes or the social welfare in regard to cybersecurity, as well as awareness levels regarding the cybersecurity. Contribution to the paper. The study will propose a cybersecurity framework integrating zero trust architecture, continuous monitoring and auditing, improved governance mechanism. I believe some of you will agree with me that cybersecurity or cyber incidents, they happen daily. So continuous monitoring and auditing is very key in today's cybersecurity frameworks. So the framework will guide policymakers, healthcare providers, as well as IT professionals in building secure and resilient healthcare systems. Now, in conclusion, cybersecurity in healthcare is critical for protecting patient data to ensure trust. Botswana and South Africa, they need tailored frameworks to address regional challenges. So Botswana and South Africa, they are neighbors, and most of the challenges, they are almost the same across both countries. And therefore, a tailored framework will address the challenges, and this can be adopted by the Southern African region as well. And this research will also contribute by offering a mixed method, providing a context-specific solution to strengthen the EHR. Well, these are some of the references that I came up with during the study. Thank you. And before I conclude, maybe I can show you with just a simple Excel sheet that I've come up with, which will be used by other healthcare providers or IT professionals in order to check their cybersecurity maturity in the health sector. So it includes components like governance and policy, risk management, human capacity awareness, technical safeguards, monitoring, and continuous improvements. So the tool will just give the user the scores how they have scored either in technical safeguards, how they have scored in governance and policy implementation. So it's a very, very simple tool which can be used, and it doesn't even cost anything to use it. Thank you so much. I will welcome the question at this point in juncture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was well explained, and I enjoyed the last bit as well. Let's proceed to the questions now. I have a question. So we've seen from the previous presentation as well, talking about blockchain. Can you tell us how emerging technologies, how like blockchain and AI can help strengthen the EHR security?
Thank you for the question. Yes, you are right. Nowadays, machine learning or artificial intelligence are in use, and this is where the world is going. So artificial intelligence as well, it can help in enhancing cybersecurity, because by using the tools from artificial intelligence, it can help to efficiently come up with resolutions, come up with ways of mitigating cybersecurity in healthcare sector. Say a clinic or a hospital or whatever health facility, they've encountered an incident or anything or an attack, they can utilize artificial intelligence to come up with the solutions to prevent or to alleviate the incident. So I agree with you that artificial intelligence or AI can help and enhance in coming up with ways and measures to improve cybersecurity mature in health sector. But remember as well that the attackers, they also use artificial intelligence in coming up with different ways of attacks with different techniques. So it's a 50-50. We can use it to protect our electronic health records, but the attackers as well, they use it in order to try to break into the protection mechanism that we have used, as well as the blockchain, as we have mentioned, and as the previous presenter have mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer. We have a related question as well on the chat. Can you please explain how digitalization has improved the healthcare systems? For example, could you mention the two most important improvements and two evidence?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I believe you'll agree with me, ever since 2019, when we had the pandemic, most of the organization in the healthcare sector moved to use technology, whether it is drones to send medicines or to transport whatever health materials. Technology was also used during COVID to share ideas how to come up with solutions in the healthcare sector. So digitizing of health records, it has improved and made efficient and coming up with either diagnosing or patient diseases, whether it is coming up with the right medication, whether it's coming up with a recommendation for any other health provision to patients. It has improved a lot, and it will continue to improve a lot. But the challenge here, as I've already presented, is that as we adopt this technology, we tend to forget as healthcare providers that cybersecurity should also move along with digitization of the records or the services. So we should balance adoption of digitizing of our processes as well as protection mechanism. That is what is currently lacking, and that is what this paper will also stress to healthcare providers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very good research, and I can also see that that was the view from our audience as well. Thank you very much for answering the questions and for your presentation. With that, we conclude session 8 for today. And I would like to thank all the participants and all the presenters for a very constructive session today. Thank you very much.
This was the last presentation for today's science school session. So we are coming to a closure. We want to thank everyone who attended, who have watched and shared their questions with us. We are deeply grateful to our presenters for their insightful research, and to Dr. Reginald, our plenary speaker, as well as Mr. Benjamin Juma and Dr. Stefania Irodotou for skillfully chairing the sessions. Tomorrow is the final session of the science school, and the topic pertains to health and medicine. We therefore invite you to join us tomorrow for another day of stimulating discussions, new discoveries, and meaningful connections. Have a good rest of the day, and see you tomorrow.